Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, hey. In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
So I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming. I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear. Every step I claim, face strong. Not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
So I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming. I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear. Every step I claim, face strong. Not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island, special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect.
Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect.
Hey, they draw the line.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic
The final day of the final stage of the PUBG Players Masters Asia 4, and we've seen a whole lot of shenanigans, we've seen a whole lot of dominant performances all throughout this weekend, but we've still got 6 games left to go where 2/3 of the teams in the final stage get their opportunity to stack up the points and try to compete against the teams who, from Group B, they're just sitting at home, they're just watching, they're done. They're finished this weekend, and we've seen ups and downs throughout that group. 12 more games, 12 games have been and gone, and 6 more games left for these teams to try and compete up against them. I'm Saga, I've got Keith with me once again to go through the final day of action. We saw a lot of good stuff out of a few teams. T1 in particular was looking very juicy. Do you think that Group B is going to be sorely missed in today's lobbies, or are these teams going to just be happy that they don't have to go up against that?
I think surely smiles on their faces, right? They don't have to play within the same lobby itself, because it doesn't matter if you're Group A or Group C. Group B has played with both these two groups, and T1 just seemed to be wrecking the entire lobby regardless on who they're playing with. So with Group B finally sitting out this time, as you can see over here in the schedule, it's Group A and C today for the last 6 games in the tournament. I think teams are going to be fairly happy, because this is a window of opportunity for them to try and race for the finish line. And talking about which, I guess it's good to set a little bit of a benchmark. Group B currently at #1 spot, finished at 97 points in total. So to be at the first place, you're going to have to beat that number. But the point system, again, we've seen for 2 days now, 3 days now, it's not very forgiving, right? Only remunerated from 1st to 4th place, 5th place onwards, you walk off 0. All they have, teams will need to really get on the aggro to kill and to bring in those kill points.
Yeah, if you want any of the placement points, you have to make it not only to the late game, but all the way to the very end stages. If you're not top 2, it's almost like placement points kind of don't really make a difference. It's just going to be 1 or 2 for just a couple of teams. Everyone else gets nothing except the eliminations they're able to find in the server. But those 5 placement points can go a long way if you're able to stack them up. And T1 from Group B, they picked up 4 winner-winner chicken dinners, and that includes the match winner $1,000 prize pool for every single game. So picking up 1 single win gets you that $1,000, no questions asked. And then the daily winner at the end of each day picks up and a bonus $5,000 US as well. All of that stacks up to have the Masters champion of the overall leaderboard with $10,000, $5,000 for the team with the most kills, which unsurprisingly right now is T1 with 76, averaging 6.3 per game. However, Group A, does include DN Freecs, and they're averaging a higher amount of kills with 7 per game, but only 6 matches played. So if they can just pick up 35 kills in today's games, they will overtake them in terms of the most kills leaderboard ranking, but they're still going to have to get a few more points on the board to overtake them in terms of the overall leaderboard rankings, because T1 was picking up so many victories all throughout the tournament.
Yeah, but I guess a point to pretty much soften their path for this final day itself, if you're DN Freecs, to follow the playbook of T1 is not very hard. In fact, it's more than possible, because if we recall, in day number 2, T1 were always one of the first few teams to bow out very early, right? But how did they compensate for that? They're always crashing in onto teams, securing a first few kills, that makes it 4 for a whole team wide, and then bowing out at like 7 kills, and despite not getting any placement point, that was enough to keep them well within the run itself. All thanks to the point system, of course. After 4th place, no one else gets any sort of remuneration, so that does help in terms of trying to go aggro in the early stages itself and taking that sort of risk. So DN Freecs, that, if you're trying to emulate that, it's not very hard and not difficult and very possible to do. We might see them push above and beyond the 97 mark here, or at least that's the hope.
Yeah, they're already... they got enough points to be over halfway to overtaking T1. They're on 50 points coming into this game. There's a bit of a gap between themselves and anyone else who's going to be competing in today's matches. But in terms of what we saw for the MVP watch, another individual reward which does come with some decent monetary value, the top 5 of MVP watch players right now, all out of the nation of Korea. These guys have really showed up in this tournament. Both days that we've had so far, 4 of the top 5 teams on each individual day have been out of Korea, including some of the teams that maybe we haven't had a whole lot of experience with, or have a lot of international experience through the FPP circuits. Teams like GamDaSal have come out and looked really impressive. I mean, they won quite a few of the Korean TPP players' tours and players' cups, so they definitely are able to hang with the big boys, and they've even got a couple of players sneaking up into that MVP watch. The next highest behind Heather of T1 is going to be Salute, and then Taemin of Eagle Owls, 2 that definitely had standout individual performances throughout the tournament so far, and they're both going to be competing to try and close the gap onto Heather up at the top. Baegopa as well, another team out of Korea that had a very strong start onto day number 2, but unfortunately weren't able to continue that hot streak after getting the victory on map number 1 of Erangel, and things kind of slipped a little bit away from them, but they've got 6 more games to try and stack those points back up once again.
Yeah, I mean, if we're already in a conversation of MVP potentials here, Heather, this guy is just an absolute menace. We've seen how he plays the entire new mode, which is the TPP mode, to his advantage. Came out clutch in a lot of the 1v3 situations here, knowing the field of view advantage that he gets in a third-person perspective, and he's definitely stole a lot of highlights yesterday itself. But T1 will be out for today again, taking a break here in the final day itself. It's all about Group A and C as we try and close the entire PUBG Players Masters Asia 4. Right now, the total leaderboard is occupied with T1, obviously with their full additional 6 games advantage. They're right now in the number 1 spot, but it is looking very surpassable for the teams coming in from Group A and C, especially one of those teams who's been absolutely consistent yesterday is going to be Petrichor Road.
Yeah, there's currently 4 of the teams who have only played 6 games so far in the top 12. That does mean that every single team that has played from Group B is up in that top 12, but the points are a little bit sketchy for some of them. Even some have already been overtaken by the likes of DN Freecs, who come in with a 50-point margin, over halfway to the point of T1. Anyone else is going to have a bit of a struggle to try and catch up with the first place position. The next highest being, I think, GamDaSal is the second highest team coming into today's matches that's not in Group B on 39 points. So it's still not by any means a terrible set of points to have after 6 games, especially in this points format, but they're going to need to go a little bit above and beyond if they want the chance on first place. So definitely DN Freecs is looking like the primary contender to overtake, but it's been good performances from a few of the other squads, including Team Flash out of Vietnam. Vietnam's Spring Series champions under the roster, same roster under a different title of Buffalo Esports, and then picked up by Team Flash. Good to see that they're putting some good performances down on the board for the APAC region. Been a lot of Thai teams performing well. Vietnam has been a little up and down in this tournament, but Team Flash has been one of the more consistent. But these will be our focus teams and their target. 51 points on day 1 and 46 on day number 2 for T1. And you can see the amount of points that each of these teams would need to close the gap on T1. DN Freecs, it looks doable. For everyone else, oh, it's going to be a bit of a struggle.
It did say 47 points though, so T1, they're only amassed 46 points in day number 2, and that's because they had the one bad game at the end. So DN Freecs, they have to make sure that they're consistent through and through towards the final bell here to ensure that they're closing that gap. And what are they playing for here? It is the Players Masters 5. There's an invitational that's taking place LAN over in Seoul, South Korea itself. It's a $200,000 prize pool, so that should put it in the category tier A of tournaments to look forward to. And well, it's the 16 PUBG Esports Pro teams, both the invited regional teams and the GPT.
Yeah, there's 10 global partner teams that will receive invites, and then 6 that are based on performance. And that's going to be 3 from Asia and 3 from the Players Masters West. We've got 3 regions involved in either side. So out here, there's like the China, Korea, APAC, and out in the Players Masters West, you have EMEA, North America, and Latin America. And there will be 1 representative from each. So the best performing team from each of those will be receiving invites. Exciting stuff, and as well, not the only tournament that we have on the roster for the rest of this year. And even as early as next week, some of these teams are going to be flying out to compete at yet another event. This end of season schedule of tournaments is just relentless. But why bother waiting? Let's get straight into it as we're heading into game number 1. A flight path that's heading over from Milta Power over towards Quarry. Pretty horizontal looking flight path this time around. No T1 in the lobby, so maybe not going to see as many hot drops as we saw in previous days, because I think even yesterday, even though they had 1 bad game, that was maybe the one game they were not hot dropping. It was all of the other decent games that they had. They were competing from the get-go against everyone else and still coming out ahead. Crazy impressive. But we are going back over towards Milta. It's been a pretty frequently occurring location for end games in recent weeks. And we're going to be heading over there once again.
Yeah. Petrichor Road, this was one of those teams that kind of took me by surprise. Obviously, maybe it's only surprising to me because I didn't only come in day number 2 onwards, but they've been, well, I would say a kryptonite to some of these big teams. They've gone up against the likes of T1 and mind you, they nearly wiped the floor with T1 in that crash alone over in the 3rd map of the game yesterday. And then we've seen them stand toe-to-toe against the likes of 4 Angry Men, who's had a huge heritage in this scene, and somehow just wiping them easy. But that's, you know, quite far-fetched to say, because 4 AM as well, they're not having the best of runs that we see here in maybe it's the 3rd-person format. Could be a million different other reasons, but Petrichor Road has been standing toe and toe countless of times. Even yesterday in the final game, they're the ones that got T1 eliminated with the play with the C4 on the car deployable in that hell house situation.
Oh, that house was actually crazy. There were so many teams. You go back and you can take a look on the Twilight. Make sure, if you have a look at Game 6 of yesterday's matches, just take a look at the house, see all of the chaos, and then there's a little button on the right-hand side of the replay that's a little skull. Just click that. Just count how many dead bodies there is in and around that house, because it was probably close to half the lobby. It was actually insane. It wasn't even like the location of the end game, it was just like a pretty good spot in the phase 1 circle that everyone decided, well, if there's people over there dying, we might as well go join them. And it worked eventually for one team, but it was the demise of so many. Fortunately, that's not going to be a location that we're seeing in this particular game, probably. Although I wouldn't be all too surprised if anyone went out there just on like a tourist visit, a bit of dark tourism, just to go and visit the grave site of 3/4 of the lobby from yesterday. But there's a whole lot of teams that need to stack up a whole lot of points. So heading over to Milton nice and early, FN Esports, getting a chance to do some scouting, goes Star-Lord.
Now, Team Flash, yesterday they had a decent run, I would say, from them. Looking to possibly go close in that gap at the top spot here. Surely they were not featured, I believe, within the teams to look out for, but only by a slight margin from EDS here. 2 points away, but we've seen them. They came out as APAC representative for the Master Series itself, obviously with Hungvo Ditch and also T-Dai. That's the guy you want to look out for. Very mechanically inclined. This team can shoot, can play it far, and can even take close quarter combats if necessary. And so Team Flash definitely looking to do some damage today. But I'd like to see how it fares should they come across, again, with some of those teams that has got a fury on their mind, such as 4 Angry Men.
Yeah, they're kind of holding it down for APAC right now, is Team Flash. They are the sole team in the top 5 who's even not Korean. It's the teams that are competing today, best 5 performers, all from Korea, and then a few Chinese teams starting to filter in behind. But you got to go quite far down before you start seeing any of the other APAC teams in this lobby. FW, of course, another Group B team out of Thailand that is currently sitting in 2nd place. They are looking like the favorites. That is the one region that we definitely have confirmation that this tournament will decide who gets the invitational spot, and it's based on the best Thai team's performance. So they just need to make sure that they don't get overtaken by essentially T5, and they already have about a 60-point advantage over them, which so far today we've not seen anyone pick up a 60-point day. That a Panzerfaust that just went flying past. 7-7 gets shredded out of the vehicle by Destroy for our first elimination of the day. AL, the team out of Vietnam that is confirmed going to the LAN event in Seoul at the end of this year. So it would be nice to see them start getting some points on the board and putting up a bit of a better performance. We know that they're capable of doing exactly that, and starting off with an early pick onto 17 Gaming is going to help them out.
Yeah, anyone's Legends, if they've already gotten an invite, they should be... I mean, the least you could do is throw us a show right there and then. They could have looked to crash onto that compound, but I guess they got cold feet towards the end here. Decides not to. Want to play it safe. I don't know how safe they're going to be for a while, seeing as that Team Flash was within the area. Long X and T-Dai would be able to shift their direction away and maybe even go back to 17.
Just watching over for now. AL does come prepared once again with even more Panzerfaust. I'm pretty sure there was one fired up at the vehicle as 7-7 got bopped out. But they've got more, so it's not too much of an issue. They can hold down this position defensively, use that to watch out for any breaches. Flucky, watch out, brother. There is a bunch of rocks in front of you. Lucky that his car gets the ride height to get over the top of it. These cars are pretty notorious for just turning upside down if you look at them the wrong way. So able to continue on his rotation. Unfortunately, nobody there to take advantage of the fact that he just lost all momentum. GDS actually coming into today with some pretty good momentum after ending off day 6 with their first victory of the Masters Series. And again, this is a team that they did a lot of good work in the Korea's Masters Cup and the Players Tour all throughout the year. So then being able to come to this event up against some of the most influential teams in the world, global partners as well, and still holding it down. Currently the 2nd best performing team in the lobby right now. Although that could easily change if things don't go their way out here on day 3. A lot of teams within, 10 points or so of them. You go down as far as Petrichor Road, about halfway down the standings, and it's all within 10 points. It is very close for all of these teams. But it's not just these teams that they have to worry about. It's the teams in Group B as well that they've got to think about overtaking. But they can do nothing but sit back and watch. They're finished with their 12 games. They've had all of their points stacked up already. No more opportunities for them. So the ball is fully in the court of Team A, of Group A and Group C. What can they get done today? How much damage can they do? And how many points can they acquire?
Oh, BGP opted for the convenience of transport, trying to get their way into circles. It's just one player though, so it might just be on a scouting mission. We've seen how a bunch of teams yesterday gets shot down from the skies itself upon revive or respawn. So maybe not taking that risk, sending this one player forth. Meanwhile, Anyone's Legend now up against GDS, GamDaSal, the ones second in a running, to try and play this one out against Haisaki, who's right now dancing behind this truck here, and he gets the trade off. So Anyone's Legend making it anyone's game, and it's going to be theirs so far.
Should be able to grab this revive onto Himas as well. So Anyone's Legend, well, they didn't opt to go fully aggressive onto 17 Gaming. They're just patrolling the area for now, and they've found themselves another pick-off. GamDaSal down 2 players. But you do have FN starting to creep out. It's Breakers, and he's caught an angle as Haisaki just about gets the revive through onto Himas. Gets immediately dropped. Breakers will be traded out, though. NMU's Dijin Rong actually tags him down with a mutant again. He's been loving that weapon. Zone does continue to shift further out towards the east as well as XYZD gets taken out. NMU gonna need to try and grab him as quickly as they can, but maybe they don't get a chance. Eagle Owls are already starting to encroach on this position. It's Taemin, one of our MVP watch players, putting the moves on towards them as, oh boy, look at the rotations. 3 teams all side by side, spraying shots at one another. It's Shen with the MP5.
Oh, they've got by in a pretty much of a crossfire of a drive-by here, but THEERATHON 5 seems to be the better of it, taking a couple of members down. That member even's got a Panzerfaust to donate their way, so THEERATHON 5 will have that in their arsenal should they require. So 4 AM, they lost a couple of members, just the one actually. So not too terrible, especially when you're trying to go through rotations in such a hard circle. But XX Liu, I think he might be stuck there for the time being here. And 4 AM, if they've got no escape plan, this might turn sour for them, especially with all the other teams trying to circle this area like vultures.
Oh, Little Ghost getting dropped down by Longs actually buys Exquisite a little bit more space. Had to take the risk to hop in the vehicle and reverse slightly outside of the smoke, but unfortunate for him that the one guy who was holding that angle has been taken out, but then 4 AM turned their attention over to him. I think he was trying to pick up his teammate from the shack, and he just gets sat down by a Tongmu. Longs drives on over, makes sure to secure that flush onto Lil Ghost. He's taken out of the vehicle, though, by Xiaobei. 4 AM. They're getting really aggressive to secure any points that they can possibly find. If they get a knock, they're going for it. They're going to secure that flush, but slight overextensions. That's all the margin that you really need. Nan just cannot quite connect with the spray. As Petrichor Road lose 2 as DNF flexing their muscles from the top of the hill.
They got Ming though. Oh, meanwhile, 4 AM again doing the drive-by antics here, but they will have to bow out onto the way of THEERATHON 5, who's lost 2 members, but they pick up 5 itself. So not too bad. We've seen this sort of run being echoed by the likes of T1. Actually, they started the trend. Now maybe everyone, it makes it okay to be able to lose that many members, but at least get some decent point across the board. Meanwhile, D and Freecs, they're the second in running to try and get that championship position. Wouldn't want to bow out too soon. Can't afford a single game right now, and they might just get points across the boards as Gumin sprays down onto Chui, gets that knock, but Pero decides maybe it's too aggressively played here. They will opt out instead. 0 gets picked up on the side of Petrichor Road, leaving only 1 left to play the rest of the game.
So sure Ming Ming was just absolutely cooked, having to drive out of there on 5 HP, going over towards where T5 were rocking up in the compound, but Flucky needed a chance to get himself healed because he didn't get the chance after Ranger X got the hero revive after wiping out 4 AM. There is blue chip towers in action as GDS have managed to grab some chips, got the respawn. They're looking out in the blue zone. Likely going to be respawning their teammates. Lipovka as well is going to be another one that's active as 17 Gaming respawning their lost players. So a couple of teams likely going to be getting back up to full strength, although finding weapons might be a bit of a struggle. Might end up having another like late game hot drop as both duos go into Lipovka and try and find weapons. That might be their only option. This area is not really known for its high concentration of lootable areas. Maybe you could try going to prison, but getting out of there is going to be a real problem. Young has some problems as well, as LongX has secured a knock onto him and he's just dropping grenades on their heads. A double nade, one with the vehicle explosion. Young gets taken down July 20th, and plus 82 just removed. Nicely done by LongX.
Yeah, his name just marked the date in which this tragedy just happened. I guess that's going to echo in the heads of Team Flash for at least a while now. That massacre right there. They do still have one more member, I believe, who's just playing it real passively. Do they look to go in on an aggro though? See now. He realized maybe not the best of play to play it for the late game. Only 5 points. What are the odds? Might as well secure one now. Gets the knock onto LongX already. Tries to secure it though with the grenades, but does not connect. He instead takes a splash of it from the opposing end. Plus 82. Might want to be doing the math right here as they try to get out of there, but gets shot down by Binek.
Got him. Good cleanup by Binek. That's Team Flash up to 5 points for the game. They've now overtaken GDS, who did only manage to get one blue chip and bring one player back into the action. So Team Flash now in second place of these groups in the overall standings. Of not only some good like early game aggression and just controlled ways of cleaning up the fights, but keeping 4 players alive, so important. Kind of the opposite of what we've seen from T5. Yes, they've got 5 kills on the board as well, but they've lost half of their squad to do it. Anyone's legend. Oh, wait a minute. Cold, man. Oh, if he lands this, that would be cold. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, remember early on when we said these cars sometimes just turn upside down if you look at them funny? Thanks for the demonstration, Cold.
We
man.
were looking at them funny.
Oh, yeah. Wow. And, well, he landed it. He can still continue on with the rotation. That could have been an issue. If there was anyone lurking in that house with a Panzer, that would have been a real problem. But he's on the way.
Meanwhile, the Freecs, so far, holding their position within circle. But I think they might have to go on the aggro soon. They did leave one member over in prison, I guess, as a safety net in case things get a little bit too heated, or if the circle shifts upwards. But we've seen that now that it shifts down, maybe that member over in prison could look to make the rotation over, because DNF, they're going to be facing 2 teams real shortly here, and they could use every single member that they've got. DBH just sharing their same headspace right now at this point.
Rossitid's been revived. Where would he possibly get any loot from here? The squad does have the buildings on the far northern side of zone, but they're already under pressure from 17 Gaming. The zone is already shifting. So he might just be scouting forwards so the rest of the squad can move up to the hilltop around prison. DNF does still have some presence over there, but they're not really asserting themselves just yet in the same way that Eagle Owls are, flexing their hold all the way around the southwestern side of zone. We've seen this specific rock be actually a pretty decent position. I think it might have been Eagle Owls playing from here last time on day 1 all the way back then. They got themselves into pretty solid rankings, and even without teams like T1, 9mm weapons are still in full effect. VXS in play as well. Gumin landing tags down, but it's Ranger X who gets the final tick of damage to blow up the vehicle, and Ming Ming has gone down. That's a way for Rossitid to get some guns, I suppose, if they can get a smoke up in time. That's useful. Alright, he's back in action.
He's got all the loot he require. It had to be
he's got a
Ming Ming
Grozer as well. Fire.
More than what he came in for in a bargain. Well, DNF, though, they've lost quite a bit in handling quite a number of teams as well. They were able to go in with the revive onto DL, so all things not lost considering. But they've only got 3 across the board. A little bit more would be ideal if they're trying to set themselves up to take over the #1 spot. But eyes onto T5, who's got 6 kills. And just when we thought they were losing members, I believe they might have gotten a revive or so to still be 3 members strong. Meanwhile, DNF again in trouble. DL gets knocked down. It's close quarter situation here. Tries to dance around the little bunker they've created with their vehicles, but now to no avail. DNF leaving only Gyumin left, but now it gets sprayed down like a fish in a barrel. Baegopa comes in to wipe.
They showed up. DNF made the move out from the top of Prison Hill. They were kind of limited on their options. They just tried to set up a kind of car fort around the rocks. Just wiped out from too many angles. Baegopa getting aggressive at the right time as DNF was down to just a solo player standing. 5 points on the board for DNF though. But they're going to need to increase that margin if they want a chance to catch up to T1 by the end of the day. They need probably 10 points per game or just under. So they're going to need to start stacking them up a little bit stronger if they want to compete for first place. It's not bad by any means, 5, but not quite good enough. Rossitid, he's been tagged down very low. Did thankfully have the repair kit as well, so we could repair the level 3 gear off the respawn. But the utility's not looking great. Heal's not looking amazing, but Flucky can probably share some out. But they've got to fight their way through Team Flash, and they still have 17 Gaming lurking on the back line. Getting that knock with the Blue Zone nade onto T-Doi from Ranger X is going to do a lot to help them out. And Rossitid is going fully aggressive, sprinting forwards. He's going to clear the high ground for himself. Oh, but there's the flank from 17 Gaming. Lil Ghost springs the trap. Ranger X caught out.
A ghost in a wall. 17 Gaming came in just in time to capitalize on that situation. Just when they're spread up thin, T5 pushing onto the sniper nest, but that nade itself, Lil Ghost, just counting their allies, sending more souls into the grave here just so he's not alone. And there's one more up in the sniper's nest. Rossitid Jr. He will stay a quiet player for the time being. But Lil Ghost does not look to push the issue. Understanding may not be so easy trying to push against someone who's got the high ground and the cover to play from.
I like it from 17. They push out, take the 1 point, get another nade as well, put extra damage down onto T5, but they're not over-aggressing. Just going to fall back. 7-7 stats look insane right now. 1 kill, 0 damage, 0 assists. Okay. Just securing the 1 flush by the looks of things. And he was the first player picked off in this lobby as well. He got killed off by AL very early on, so he was respawned. 17 have got themselves back up to full strength. A nice bounce shot on that grenade. Not quite getting deep enough into the back room to do damage. Oh, on to Rossitid JR. That one will get the damage done, though. Nicely placed.
Easy picking for Team Flash right there. It's only a matter of time. Rossitid Jr. was pocketed. Nowhere he could run, but out and get shot down. So either ways, his fate was already sealed. More points to the side of Team Flash. Picked up 7 already. So they're in good position. Now occupies the top 2 position in the leaderboard. Not the overalls, but at least between A and C. Meanwhile, anyone's legend, they've got company. It's EOS.
No one around really to third party at this point. We've lost half the teams in the lobby. We're about to hit phase 6. PO has an AWM and he's just bonked Star-Lord on the dome with it at the same time as Man of AE gets a knock onto FN. So they're under a lot of pressure elsewhere. That's on the eastern side of the zone. But this push from Eagle Owls towards anyone's legend, it's going to start off with Cold finding a grenade onto Hayasaki, dislodging their first line of defense, and it's shots from at the top of the hill. DBH's Mao Rush gets another one onto Hudat, confirmed by Jing as well. No chance to get that revive. AL's down to just a solo now, having to defend up against a 3-man push of Eagle Owls. Hudat has gone down. Haisaki's gone down. There's a Panzerfaust over there for Destroy. It doesn't connect. He fired it a little bit too early, but he does get the turnaround on Taemin regardless.
Oh, anyone's legend. Just the last soul member here. He might have jumped and spot out a couple of heads. Might not, actually, because of the hill gradients. Destroy will have to go out and reap destructions here. But he's about to run into 2 members of EOS. if not too careful, might get just shot down before he could even try here. Meanwhile, Coldman, he spotted some of the teams in the opposing end might come in for the third party, but Zenith is the one who's in trouble from FN against Alter Ego. The one team representing the Southeast Asian region here who's not had a good start, only 10 points, maybe can look to get even more from yesterday itself. Already got 5 in this one game alone. Can look to maybe wipe off the likes of FN, pick up a 6 maybe.
Ooh. Almost got the wipe onto FN with that grenade. There was a grenade from PO as well that got the knock onto Zenith. These nades are so close, just not quite close enough to secure the damage required. Zenith is taken down though by Seymour, and that should mark the push. And Seymour gets the second as well onto Rex. AE up to 7 points on this game alone. 70% of the points that they had in their entire first day of matches. Trick does have a Lynx as well, and oh, he's got a line of sight onto PO. You saw the bullet mark just chip the rock in front of him. That could have been an instant dome if it landed on the head, but PO's got an AWM as well. He lands a body shot onto Man with a little cheeky quick scope. He's going to follow that up with a nade. That could land. Oh, it does. Oh. Whoa, what a beast.
PO definitely wants a little bit of that highlight. There is an incentive for the MVP portion here, but he's going to have to do more than that right now. I don't think he's going to live that long. 5 HP left, has to heal up with the first aid, but he is getting shots as well from the top side here, so he's got to be careful. Overextension might just cause him his life and potentially the game at that. So PO,
he's such a proactive player. He's not staying in one place and peeking. He's constantly on the move, using the width of the cover that he has with these rocks to just peek up from places where AE is not going to be expecting. Make sure it's difficult for them to land those grenades, but there is still 4 of them. You can spot one out to the side, does get the line of sight on towards Man. Park Pro not really being able to contribute right now. Maybe trying to get some shots in with the mini, but Chibarit just flanks around far on the southern side, and PO is eventually overwhelmed. Did a whole lot of damage onto Alter Ego, but too much to deal with. A little 1 versus 4, no real support able to come through from Park Pro in his position. He's just being forced to keep his head down. Man's going to make it even more annoying for him to try and move, popping the tires on the vehicle. And we're almost into the top 4, almost into placement points. 3 solos still standing, presuming that PO is about to get flushed, which surely he is. Park Pro is still shuffling, trying to find a little bit of an angle to get some revenge for his fallen teammate.
I think he's got to look upwards, though. He can't keep staring down, because that's the least of his concern at this point. Surely we do come in with the foresight here, but it's a bit odd to think that you're in a clear on the top side here, especially playing by the edge of the circle, which most teams are going to be residing. Right now, that immediate threat is going to be Hung Vodich. But fortunately, Hung Vodich might just move on forward first with the smoke deployed. That's about as great as a confirmation as you need to pretty much scope things out here. And, well, Park Pro, he slept on his angles and will pay the price.
9 kills for Team Flash, close to 10. Still with Long X, the former Cerberus Academy player, leading the charge. Trick does land a shot onto Hung Vodich. Can't connect the second with the Lynx. That's all of the bullets expended, but there is still PO's body over there that had an AWM. So he could always go for a minor downgrade onto the second strongest sniper rifle in the game. Didn't pick it up, though. Oh, wait, Trick, go back. There it is. Thank you, sir. Long X, though, still continuing his reign of terror at the top of the hill. Ash walks into his line of sight, and Long X makes short work of him with a quick spray with the AUG.
Team Flash is doing absolute work for themselves. Right now, they're looking like strong contenders for the chicken dinner finish, especially with still 3 members strong and 9 kills across the board here. Can look to surpass maybe DNF towards the end of the game, should they clean up a little bit more kill points itself, and they're looking to do so, especially with DBH now under gunfire. Xiao Fang tries to hold them back for the time being, but Binek, he's prying up some sort of utility against his way to maybe assist his teammates to push on forward, but Hung Vodich, taking too much shot, will have to be held back for the time being behind the tree line.
And now we finally reach the placement points. One apiece for the remaining teams, including the solo of anyone's legend. Binek will survive a little bit longer thanks to the covering fire of Hungvo Ditch. Prevents Xiaofeng from securing that flush. That could be big for FL, and they're committing onto this. They want to wipe out DBH before they get the chance. Binek does eventually go down. Maybe a little bit of a tick from the blue zone, but Longex sprinting forwards. The drop shot as well onto Jing. But he's shot in the bat by Chibarit. And AE now with a massive numbers advantage as it's just down to 2 solos up against them.
Surely this is their game to fumble here, but Alter Ego, it seems solid. There's not much these opposing teams can do, and they're even sharing the same compound. Anyone's Legends and Hungvo Ditch, the 2 solos in the same position as well. So it's more likely than not that Alter Ego will take the winner chicken dinner this time around, but it's not going to move the scale that much. 22 points right now, and Anyone Legends get that single kill across the board. They did shift up onto the 17 spot, so still a move on forward. Progress is progress, they say, but the Panzerfaust might change the situation here.
Kind of sucks for Team Flash. They know that there's a solo somewhere, but the one place they would not expect there to be a solo is the exact same place where they just wiped out another team. Destroyer is going to go down to these blue zone grenades, and AE will pick themselves up an 11-kill win, boosting themselves up to 26 points. That is 6 more points from this one game than they had across the entire 6 games of day number 1. A massive turnaround in their level of performance and what they're able to achieve so far for the final day. But is it going to be too little too late to have any real impact? Probably. But on the bright side, $1,000 is $1,000. They got the winner chicken dinner. Job done. There's incentives all the way throughout. Nice little boost for Alter Ego.
I mean, they're the one team representing the likes of Southeast Asia. To have them even get a chicken dinner here is already quite impressive as it is. And this is what I mentioned yesterday as well, right? Based on performance trends that they have had in the Master Series and so on and so forth, they're always late to the party. They only come in hot day 2 onwards. Unfortunately, with this format, all you have is 2 days. And so we've seen them fumble day 1. Might be too little too late unless they come in with an average of 12 kills and a chicken finish for the next 5 games that we have today. I don't think we'll see them changing the positions on the leaderboards, but one can hope.
Yeah, my math is a little too entry level to figure out whether that would even that would be enough to catch up to T1. But I'll tell you what, it's enough for them to at least say, well, we had at least one good game. That's something. It's a lot better than coming in and just getting roasted every single game that you enter into. And that was kind of the story for a few of our teams, getting roasted all the way through. And some of them got respawned and just got roasted a second time. That's just kind of what happens out here, as every time you get into an engagement, third parties are still so prevalent, and people are getting extra sneaky, getting up close range with the MP5s. Those coupes were causing issues all throughout the game, as well as some of them ended up upside down on top of other people's cars, which is wild. And then Destroy just lurking long enough to get AL up to a 2nd place finish with 7 kills on the board. They got the first kill of the day as well, picking off 7-7 of 17 Gaming. This is a team that we said, hey, they're going to the international. We know that they're already locked in, going to the LAN. We want to start seeing some stuff from them. So all the way throughout the game, getting involved early on, picking off players on rotations, surviving towards the late stages of the game, defending against pushes from multiple teams. It's better. Definitely better from Anyone's Legend, but wasn't enough to wipe out a 1 versus 4 against an all-powerful Alter Ego.
Yeah, but shifting the focus back onto the closest runner-ups here, DNF didn't have too good of a game this round. I think they only inched it by about like 55 points. Team Flash, they did spectacularly well. Look at that, that's 14 points across the board.
Yeah, solid.
And yeah, solid finish, really. They've moved up onto the top 2 position. Right now, they can't even take over DN Freecs and their current position. So DNF, they have to be careful. They're only a couple of points away from their golden run towards the top here. That's occupied with T1 and 97 total.
Yeah, it's still going to be a long road ahead, and maybe if they can have that kind of performance every game, but that's tough. That's really tough to have when there's just so many variables in this game. It's a really good start, though, and it puts them in a position where it's maybe they came in today and kind of thought, there's not really a chance that we can catch up to T1. But then again, if you look at the things that have been happening over in the Players Masters West, where a BB team have been like slaughtering their way through the entire multiple regions, 5 winner chicken dinners in a single day. Unbelievable stuff, but it proves that it can be done. You can have that kind of day where you just destroy everyone for like 4 hours straight. And if anyone could do that, then hey, maybe anyone in the lobby still has an opportunity to catch up to T1. Mathematically speaking, realistically, perhaps not, but it's definitely good to see that we've got some new contenders, because coming into today we thought it's probably just DN Freecs. They're the only team that has the average in terms of points per game played so far that they could catch up, but now a couple of other teams are starting to throw their names in the ring and say, wait a minute, don't forget about us, we could still creep our way forwards, just playing defensively, surviving on the edge. Or Team Flash has been very good at surviving from central positions and picking up kills as well, so if they can continue doing that for the rest of the day, then who knows, we might be in for a surprise by the end when all's said and done.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking like the ultimate all-rounder right now. I mean, especially with T1 bowing out. T1 showed us how they were aggressive on the first 3 games yesterday and decided to play a more passive style, which did pay out to them with the 2 chicken dinners yesterday as well. So Team Flash, being the all-roundedness they are, riding off from where the momentum that they had in day number 2, I think, again, mathematically, it's always possible here in a battle royale, right? You brought up BB team, who's got the unprecedented 5 chicken dinners back to back. Yeah. So if there's always that 1% chance, should we put our chips on it and bank on that moment? No, but I'm here to receive it should it were to happen, because that's the one thing that makes this game such a great esports title to be viewing, right? The unpredictability.
Yeah, it's always the probably not. But what if? There's always a what if that sneaks in when you're playing a battle royale, particularly one like this. But yeah, those kind of things are so uncommon, so rare, but they're always possible. And that's what makes it just so enticing, that possibility of absolute greatness. Finally get to see it a little bit out in the EMEA and Americas series. Out here in Asia, the closest that we've had was 4 across the 12 games played by T1, but again, they're sitting at home, they're watching, they're not competing today. There's nothing more they can do to get any points other than bribe every single other team to just like nade themselves at the start of the game, I guess. But there's nothing more that they can do to stack up on top of what they have already achieved. So they've just got to sit there and hope that we don't have one of those miraculous run days for any of the squads. Or at least if we do, that it comes from a team like Alter Ego, who started off their tournament with 10 points across the first 6 games, and then they come into this game and pick themselves up a big victory with 16 points on the board, getting the better of multiple teams on their way into the zone as well, the likes of Baegopa running through PO and just outlasting everyone else, cleaning up their side of the zone very effectively. If that's the kind of thing that they can do, and maybe if it's a team like them who can show up and have a very good day, then they've brought themselves in on a very tough margin of points to try and close that gap, but they could still climb the leaderboards if they can keep those performances consistent.
I mean, yeah, Alter Ego, 12 points. I think the closest we've had yesterday in terms of kills, right, was 11 on average for some of the top contenders. For Alter Ego to come in with 12, it's only 1 kill difference, but I mean, you're still pushing the benchmark regardless, right? It's just 1 kill that may not make the difference itself. But looking strong for them here in day number 2, and I believe their victory is more for the fans within the region, because who else do they have to cheer on for? I mean, in the end of the day, esports is kind of like sports too, that you kind of need a banner to cheer on to keep the game alive, and I'm pretty glad that Alter Ego is waving that region banner high against a lobby that's full of the rest of APAC, Thailand, Korea, Vietnam, all these giants just playing in the same playing field. And for Alter Ego, the one team representing Southeast Asia to be able to hold ground against these giants, it speaks volume.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of same story for some of the teams that have come up, and again, it's not the names that we typically associate with top-level international PUBG. Teams like GamDaSal or XYZD, both of them sort of coming up through the Players Tour and the Open tournaments and the Cups, and still coming out here, and they're putting a pretty good show on the board. Another one, plus 8-2 out of China, the team that did so well in their TPP events that they have actually got themselves signed to an organization of Kaishin to represent in FPP as well. They've got themselves a solid set of points on the board in their first day of games. Maybe need to see a little bit more if they really want to make their mark right here in the overall standings. But now it is time for match number 2, going over to Miramar for the third time for all of these squads. And we will make a return trip here at the end of the day for our final Miramar and Erangel when all is said and done, with the wildcard maps of Tego and Rondo to round out the center of the day. But map number 2 of Miramar, so many hot drops that we saw on this map throughout the course of day 1 and 2. But was that just a Group B thing? Let's find out.
Well, we gotta see who the aggressors are within Group A and C. And talking about aggression, 4AM, one of those teams who's always trying to pick a fight, but not being able to stand toe-to-toe to be able to finish things off here. So hopefully, maybe without Group B within this entire lobby, they could look to make something of themselves, especially holding the 4AM brand within this title is you're up with some huge expectations itself. Looking forward to that. DNF might want to play it on a little bit better this time around. Don't want to go out too soon. They got a decent amount of 5 kills previously, but that doesn't really. They lost too many members within that rotation itself. So hopefully to see them as the closest contender towards the number 1 spot here, come in and play it a little bit more like their life depends on it.
Towards the center of the zone, we've got around San Martin. A chance this could still head up over towards Power Grid. That would be good news for a team like Petrichor Road. Although it would be good news here, but when we get into the events towards the later stage of the year, sort of mid to late December, you have to wonder, those hot drops that we've been frequently seeing, especially between global partner teams at events all throughout the years, they're going to probably translate over to TPP as well. So I would expect Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds to be taking that head-to-head over Power Grid at that event. They are both, of course, global partner teams, so they will be making an appearance regardless of their performance here. It would be nice to see a team of Petrichor Road and their long-term caliber to have solid performances in this event as well, but no Ike's left performing. That's always going to be a bit of a downside. He's such a instrumental player to that roster, and he definitely makes a difference when he's in the lobby. So lacking of him, maybe a little bit more understandable why they're lacking in points as a result. But some of those teams that already did have a slightly slower start to the tournament have got some decent points on the board. Obviously, Alter Ego is one that's made a big jump up from tied for last place, now up a pretty significant margin ahead of last place, and getting close into this roughly mid-pack stack of all of the teams in the low 30s, all the way from maybe T5 down to Petrichor Road. Just a couple of points difference over the course of a few games, and you could easily climb a whole lot of places in the standings just because of just how tightly packed it is in that region.
Yeah, but here comes the kicker, right? The one thing that crushes dreams is the fact that at the end of the day, it's going to be tallied in the overall, and DNF right now isn't even in top 2, top 3 last seen within the top 5 within the overall standing. So where currently AE is standing over in 20th spot, could be much lower into the overall leaderboards here, and they only have today itself to maybe change that narrative around. It's going to go down towards the consistency and how to take the next few games itself. Now we've seen them pull clutch moments, clutch games towards the last day itself. Perhaps they can do such a miraculous run again here in the final day. Perhaps not. Am I wishing upon the stars a little bit, I would say.
Sometimes it's nice to have optimism. There's a whole lot of times you come into a tournament and you think, we're doomed anyway. Why bother? But you gotta believe. if you don't believe, how are you going to achieve? You know what I'm saying? Well, let's see what 17 are able to achieve. Maybe even achieving survival. Past 5 minutes, just barely. 5 minutes and 4 seconds before Gumin picks off 17 Gaming, their first team to lose a player for the second game in a row. This time it is not 7-7, but it is going to be Gumin who's lurking on the outskirts of Hacienda. I don't know exactly whether he was anticipating there to be some kind of hot drop in the area, or whether he just flexed out a little bit, maybe trying to look for a catch against 4AM, who have been the team that loots in Hacienda del Patron for such a long time, so many years. You go back to like 2018 and they're hot dropping in this region against teams like STK, maybe even back when they were Lazarus all those years ago. But this has been 4AM territory, so DN Freecs looking to find a pick on them, but they find 17 Gaming instead. Second game in a row, they're down a player in the early phases.
But it's good news on the side of DNF. They needed more of these, well, I would say low-risk pickoffs here to get some points across the board. Only did 5 previously, so this sort of drive-by pickoff is going to go a long way in terms of building that kill points, elimination points across the board. Ideally, if they're the closest contender towards T1 here, you want to match the performance as close as possible, and T1 almost always bows out with at least 7 eliminations, even though they don't get a placement point. So they're only about 2 kills away from benchmark comparatively. One, perhaps they can get 7, 8, 9 kills maybe this game, then that kind of negates it, or maybe 8 kills for this game and the next, and you're still in good positions and good standings to perhaps race for the top spot. Meanwhile, FN Esports Breakers saw a little bit of that, well, reckless driving, which is going to give his position away. Might look to signal his entire allies to maybe come in with the crash onto compound, should they feel a little bit more bold here in day number 3.
Even with the MP5, it's pretty significant range on the spray, but it's enough for him to take down Park Pro.
Oh, no.
Does land the headshots required, and boy, there's a Panzerfaust over there. And the rest of the squad will just sprint on through and clean up a Khan as well. So Baegopa losing a couple as FN found some picks on multiple teams. It was Rex that found DNF. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. I think he was lurking in the compound, and DNF just sort of drove into him.
FN Esports, they clean at least some of the members from Baegopa itself. But now DNF crashing into this compound, looking to be scavengers, it seems. Gumin as well, going all around this entire area just to scout up on potential positionings. They do have a Panzerfaust as well. And the likes of FN Esports, most of their members have already run out, leaving racks here, but the rotation is back in. I guess DNF engaged a little too slow, but still might be possible here with that knock for an entry. Zenith coming in window side, tries to scout out these members. Information has been gathered, spots him out mid-animation off that toss. Will get a little bit from the splash, but not too fatal just yet. Decides to go in with the revive. Potentially a smarter play right here, but again, it hits a little bit too hard. Now low on the hit count here. Ooh, Breakers gets knocked out. Zenith and Starlord, but Starlord is in no condition to try and take this fight.
No.
He did heal himself back up, so at least 2 members from FN Esports. But the nades that's coming in, heavenly nade at that, will take more members out, and just like that, DNF just have the numbers advantage against the like of FN.
It's just back and forth constantly. DN wanting to get some revenge for DL. There's also the chance to get him back in the game, so they're going hyper aggressive onto FN. But of course, as has been the story of every single match in this tournament, one team goes aggressive, they commit to the fight, there's a whole lot of knocks occurring in the kill feed, and who else shows up but 17 Gaming. This time Gumin goes on a wide flank around the outside. There's still audio being cut off by the grenade, so they didn't hear him coming. He's wiped out FN, but now there's multiple threats within the vicinity. 7 team have breached into the edge of the compound. 4AM's Longs is lurking nearby, looking for angles. If anyone gets on that warehouse roof, they'd be in trouble, but Longs is going to back away. The zone will be shifting in 20 seconds time, so how long do they commit to holding this fight? As 17 Gaming is setting up, not looking to be overly aggressive on this push.
Luckily for the likes of DNF, this time around they've got the 5 kills and only lose 1 member, so a good or a better trade than what they had in game number 1 itself. And this could just be even better for them because it's a 3v3 situation. DNF, if they come in clean with the better mechanics, they might just be able to easily secure 3 more points across the board here. And that's going to make it well worth it, even if they bow out there and then from the likes of 4AM, who's playing vultures on the far side. But we see that members of DNF is already slowly creeping towards the compound that's occupied by 17 Gaming. Will we hear a gun exchange take place? Not yet.
4AM and their bicycle gameplay once again. It's Longs who was looking for angles just to see if he could find anyone lurking in the compound. Try and find any opportunistic shots to get an opening knock and just ignite that fight over there. DNF, though, when they wiped out FN, they didn't have to use all of their utility. There is still a Panzerfaust that they have available to them. But they do need to be very careful because 4AM is still lurking and watching. Zone did shift out slightly to the east, centering up roughly around Graveyard. And the majority of the power grid plateau is going to be shifted away from for now, but that does not mean that you still aren't going to have players like Petrichor Road lurking up on top of the rocks as DBH pulls up into the concrete. 001 has to drop down, but Maurush gets caught out as he's trying to make a move. Chewy was watching over the top, and as he tries to push in to provide some support for his teammate, lose their opening knock, and they're going to lose a second one as well. 001 with a lovely peek onto Xiaofeng.
Oh, DBH. Their engagement has been onto a halt here, losing that 2 members already. Now he's hesitating, and that usually spells death for a team that has to hesitate in their engagement. And like we predicted, hesitation kills, even if it's just for the seconds here, and that will be easy pickings for the side of Pero.
Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. 17 conceding knocks to Sing Am of 8-2 with an M249. I don't even see him on the minimap. He must have been some distance away. Oh! Jump shot for Xiaobei. Gumin and Salute were sprinting forwards. They had a Panzerfaust in hand, but Xiaobei's got one as well. Cheeky jump shot over the top. Catches them both together. Too close together to survive against that. Now one more grenade to fly through. It's only a flashbang though. Xiaobei has lethal utility. And he's got another Panzer. He looted that off the body. Oh boy, this 1v1 suddenly is looking very winnable for 17 Gaming.
Oh, that one Panzerfaust really did turn the tide. So, DN Freecs, I think if he were to just continue with the push there, it would also still be fatal to them, thanks to the third-person point of view. The passive players usually get the edge in these engagements alone because they get
it's a Panzer 1v1.
Oh, right there. One Panzerfaust to seal the deal here. 17 walks out the bigger victor. 7 kills, though, on the side of DNF, so at par with what T1 brings to the table, but still lacking from the first game deficit.
Heaven copped a headshot.
Same. Yeah.
Ooh.
What is...
A whole lot of gunshots flying around T5 right now. Rusty JR has to hit the deck. Zone 3 has popped. Oh, Panzerfaust in the hands of Trick. Oh, close. Almost landed.
Yeah, he's spraying onto the side of Team Flash, T-Die, but Trick doesn't seem to be able to get that on the drop by. So it seems like, well, T-Die will not get that kill. Meanwhile, we're taking a look at the compound Team Flash plays in. They've got 50% of the compound within circle, another 50% outside of it, but Eagle Owls, they're right here to maybe come in with the contest should they are looking for it. Right now, 4 Angry Men. GDS is in sight. They're one of these teams who superly aggressive and maybe a little bit too much that they're always paying the price, but maybe this time around they can get something out of it. AL, 1 member has been knocked out. Of course, 4AM in 4AM fashion might look to just push on further.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They've not really come under any pressure the entirety of the game. They're kind of been sitting dead center. And Shen's actually using human being weapons this time. He's got a Groza, so as much as he would love to pick up the 9mm SMGs, that is a powerful weapon in its own right. Fair enough. But the problem that they've got is the same problem that everyone in the lobby has. If you get overly aggressive, you're getting punished instantly, especially when you're in a position towards the center of the zone. So they just have to be patient for now. They don't really have much of a choice, especially while these high ground locations are still in play. Like Chewy up on top of this mountain to the south side of San Martin. He already used that to good effect as they wiped out DBH, although there is still a solo somewhere. Unlikely that they're able to grab the blue chips and get the revives, though, with Petrichor Road still in this location. But if he tanks the blue zone a little bit, there is a revive tower not too far away. It's a possibility if there's enough heals. Full send straight down the middle for NanMou and Cizai with Dijin Rong still on the mutant. He's really committed to that. And they're going for the dips just out to the western side of the warehouse. But Team Flash is already there. They've got themselves a bit of a setup, but they're low HP on a couple of them. They're somewhat split as well. Tidoi needs to get the smokes up before the full breach comes through, but NanMou just got blasted out of their vehicles. Xiaoxi, last one standing, just running through AL, though, into their shack. Takes down 2. Team Flash is able to grab the revives. So they didn't really come under too much pressure, but NanMou, wow. Xiaoxi just ran over AL before they even knew what hit him.
Oh, but Team Flash has to be careful, though, because that same team who crashed onto AL might just crash onto them should they decide they have the appetite for it. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road has got the marksman, the weapon already in check. Scouts over across the entire horizon, sees a bunch of teams. Information gathering at this point in time.
For now. And he did just land on the roof, so Hangzai has to hope that this is respawns for 17 Gaming. If they do have weapons up there, he might be in a bit of trouble. Huli finds Xiao Bei, though, and they fortunately are simply respawns. Lil Ghost had nothing. So they've just respawned all their players from this drop on this compound where they had the fight earlier on up against DNF. Respawned them all in, and they've eventually just been feasted on by whoever was in that location. Team Magic getting a couple of extra points for themselves. T5 making a wide rotation around the north to get into the eastern side of the zone. And maybe that's a good idea because Pero is going straight forward into GamDaSal. They've got Panzerfaust and MP5s. 3 knocks instantly for Left and Lorne. Chewy does get an answer back, and it's Left, last man standing, but it's 1 versus 1 against Petrichor Road as their attempt at a breach on this location has backfired dramatically.
Oh, it seems like GamDaSal had the right idea, but it's them who gets eliminated. Getting the 3 knocks, but not kill secure. They only get 1 point, and now they're out of the game. What seemed to be the closest competitor to taking over the #1 spot within this group lobby has now drifted further and further. Meanwhile, we see some skirmishes still taking place. AL to leave into the lobby alongside with the rest of the teams here, all the other 2 teams that has left us. Here in phase number 4, still relatively more teams still in play comparatively to some of the games that we've seen previously. So I guess you could say most of these teams are a bit more careful in trying to play it. And we've seen a huge shift as well. Even in yesterday's Miramar, teams like to play in close quarter with the MP5. I don't see many of those MP5s getting picked up. They favor more into some reliable weaponry that performs decently well mid to long range itself.
Yeah, definitely not as many as we saw yesterday. It could be just the Miramar idea, like seeing the zone that we've got and knowing, okay, well, we're probably not MP5 spamming people from 200 meters away across this wide open field, so maybe favoring ARs for that kind of just location in the zone could play a factor as well. But it does also, it's worth indicating, Singam has come prepared with the M249 and a tactical pack, which we can only presume is full of Panzerfausts. So he's ready for full defensive duties if anyone attempts to make a breach into their warehouse, which is quite likely considering the zone now has pretty much nothing else to actually play from. Peng sat down from distance, Bo as well. cleaned up. Finally, Jing does go down to the blue zone for DBH as well. They will be fully wiped out. Rosseted JR and the rest of T5, after making that northern wrap to the eastern side of zone, they're now looking to hold out against TM. Waiting for a chance to secure this flush onto Peng, just staring down. And then there's just Hangzai and Huli left. Got some vehicles, got some smoke grenades, but they've still got a little bit of space to maneuver through before they're in this Phase 5 zone.
Phase 5, still a bunch of players left. A lot of healthy teams, really. Like Team Flash, still 4 members strong. EOS, T5, 82 plus 82, 4am. So this is by far one of the more, I guess, heavily dense circle that I might say. Meanwhile, Chui gets onto Longs, actually. So 4am, they lose another member here, although they did trade a little bit.
They did. Longs was just cycling on through. Chui just pops out from behind a rock and flushes him out before he can be traded as well. Although, did he get the flush? I don't think he did. I think there is still a chance to grab the revive for 4am. They are back up to full strength. Huli has gone down as TM tried their luck, not wanting to head over towards T5. They went directly south, and with Pop's tires on their vehicles and Baegopa lying in wait, it didn't go great. Okay, at least Hangzai denies the kill point, I guess, as his car just blows itself up, and he goes along with it. T-Doi puts one of those MP5s to some use for the first kill of the game for Team Flash, as they have to make their move to get through this open field, get a little bit closer to the warehouse. They've got the dips to the west. They cleaned up NanMou, who it was the last player who came out of the shack after wiping out the remainder of anyone's legend. Just ran through them in that position. Nice play from him, but in the end, can't get any more done as Team Flash hold the line.
Take a look at that circle, though. 3-4 teams actually just playing by the edge of it. Who is going to come out on top? That is the question we're all waiting for. But Team Flash under pressure right now by 3 teams, looking into one general vicinity, being caught in between crossfires here. Meanwhile, Eagle Owls, with the eagle eyes on top of the hills, would stare down against Alter Ego. It's Trick who's getting tapped, but not too late lethal just yet. So Eagle Owls might just get away and run with it. Right now, already positioned well within the circle. Perhaps this next circle as well might close onto them, and it does. And so it's going to be free range for this predator of an eagle.
Taemin was one of the players on MVP watch. I think he would have needed to average something about 2 to 3 kills per game to try and keep up with Heather. Park Pro just sprinting on through as 4am will eventually be cleaned up. They did lose one earlier on. It was the mortar that came through to find an opening knock on towards them. Songjang for Baegopa up to 5 kills as well. But now they have that all-impossible task of getting over the road into the warehouse compound. As we said earlier on, Songam of Team Plus 8-2. He's waiting with an M249 and a tactical pack full of Panzerfausts, just daring anyone to try and breach into the warehouse. They may not have a choice. They've got a bunch of smoke grenades. They can use the smokes they pick up from 4am's loot crates as well. Park Pro alone has 7 and 4 flashbangs, so they can smoke off the whole lot of this road, but getting across to the other side in one piece, that's a whole different task. Eagle Owls mounting up in their vehicles as Singam puts that M249 to use, focusing the southern side of the zone, just going prone and just annihilating Chibarit.
Oh, exploding that vehicle too. So Singam just has to get that kill in style. 4 kills already, 4 plus 82 here. And still have all the members up in arms, so it's looking good for them in terms of setting them up for the late game. It's already phase 6 of the circle. Now Baegopa under fire by THEERATHON 5. Fluky has got eyes upon this little compound or safety zone that they've tried and mend for themselves. Xiongzhang does get the knock onto plus 82. This could be go time for them to maybe push onto the compound and, you know, get better covers than their current position. Those smokes are not going to last forever, and they're going to have to make a move fast. But it's going to be a tough one, especially with XYZD just gunning them down from the far side.
Yeah, it's kind of tough for Baegopa. There's not really a right answer for what should the game plan be from this position. They're still not in the zone, so they've got to do something. They've got to move forward a little. But now there's an engagement between 8-2 and Team Flash. There's been a couple of knocks exchanged on both sides. They might look to get aggressive and go in towards the compound, but T5 is sort of making that move ahead of them. They're going down, I think, just directly in towards the warehouse. They're going for that small little garage building, and they've rocked up. Fortunately for them, Songam was not here ready and waiting with the M249 Panzerfaust combo, and they do manage to just about get in as 8-2's attention was focused out to their west as Team Flash just sprinting their way into the compound. Long X gets caught out, flushed away by Trick of AE though. And T5 does make a successful breach into this position, but for how long can they survive here before plus 8-2 just starts to unleash all their utility? That's a real scary thought.
Oh, they're taking a bunch of flashes. This could be T5's bold attempt. Push into hangar, which is arguably the better, but not technically. Based on the circle, they're gonna have to leave that safe zone itself. So I'm not pretty sure if T5 wants to actually occupy that spot. So, but I don't think they have the luxury right now. Singham get nade onto Fluky itself. Can they follow up for more?
Yeah, it might just be over already. They might not even really need to commit any further, because they've just tossed out a couple of grenades. One grenade finds one knock, Molotov finds a second, and now plus 8-2 sprinting through. They've got sawn-off shotguns, they've got Panzerfaust. Young is searching. He's gone into first-person perspective to check the smokes. Now he's hearing where the gunshot's coming through. Singham just sprints through, holds down mouse 1, and even with the folded shield set up for defensive work, it's game over for T5. They're not making it into the top 4. Their breach was bold, but not quite bold enough, as 8-2 do get the defensive duty. They were set up for that for such a long time. M249's tactical pack full of Panzerfaust. He spread them out across the team. Didn't even need to expend any of them, so they still have them available. And they might need to use every trick in the book if they are going to make their way out of this warehouse and take a fight against Eagle Owls and Baegopa, as getting over this road now becomes a problem for plus 8-2.
We're down to the top 4 teams. Alter Ego, not so hot as they were previously. They did get 3, so that's still going to be worth something. But all eyes against the board here, as EOS still coming in strong with 4 members and plus 82. I would like to say they have 3, but they've lost 1 for the time being. Can look for the pickup, but those nades that are coming in from the side of EOS making it far too difficult for the side of Baegopa here, who's trying to weather the storm. Kim Jun, he does have a Panzerfaust, and they do have a general direction of where BGP might be. Surely, maybe if he goes in with one rocket to seal the deal, that'll be decent points across the board for EOS here. They've gotten only 3. Baegopa has come out the ultimate victor right now with 10 kills. Can they look to get more?
Yeah, I think they just have to wait until plus 8-2 is under a little bit more pressure before they can commit to sending it up the hill and dropping Panzerfaust down onto Baegopa. Just the risk of third-partying shots picking him off before he gets the chance, and giving Baegopa a chance to push up the hill, because they do only have a 2 versus 2 to hold them out. They've got the blue zone working in their favor, and 8-2 are about to be pushed over by the zone. That's why Taemin has made the move over here by himself. Kim Jun does make the push over though. Drops the Panzer, doesn't find the connection he's looking for. He's tanking the blue zone grenade, and this was the problem. He goes up over there. 8-2 finds an angle towards it. They pick him off, and now Aihu is up here by himself. And the blue zone's going to start putting pressure onto him as well. He's going to try and maybe grab a revive, grab some utility or something, as Taemin is now frantically trying to prevent 8-2 from mounting up a push or finding angles to secure a flush on his teammates up the hill.
They will get the successful revive, thankfully, with Taemin here, keeping the members of Eagle Owls at bay. But now, Eagle Owls, I don't think they can play in that corner for far too long. Gets knocked out with the blue, thanks to Taemin already keeping him low. But Taemin has got eyes on both teams, but Baegopa right now gets eliminated. 3rd place, not too bad. They do have decent amount of kills. That's 11. And Eagle Owl is looking to crash into the blue zone itself. They will deny themselves, and EOS walks away the ultimate victor.
Wow, a huge 3-kill victory for Eagle Owls as plus 8-2. They didn't really completely give it up, but they tried to find ways to get out of the compound and fight their way through, but it was Baegopa who picked up a couple of the kills, and then giving it up to the blue zone at the end means Eagle Owls, yeah, they get the victory, but the amount of points that they stack up is not going to look too incredible. But that does not change the fact that they've stacked themselves up $1,000, which is lovely stuff for them for picking up the chicken dinner. They didn't have too much pressure on them throughout the entirety of the game, just holding on to the western side of Minas Generalis, the high ground just working out in their favor as the zone shifted back over towards the warehouse, and just were able to use that position to exert not so much dominance, but definitely control over the zone. They were more like playing border patrol than extermination squad. They were forcing other teams to take the fight to one another rather than taking the fight directly against themselves, which doesn't net them the most amount of kills, but it does get them over the line and get the victory for match number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that winner chicken dinner is still gonna amass in actual dollars, right? So that's gonna be worth something. However, based on format itself, they might not come out ultimately the most prized winner, right? Because like you mentioned, they don't get many of those kills. That one goes to the side of Baegopa with 11, and there's not really much points you can get in terms of placement itself. They get the 5 pointers, maybe they total up at about 8 points. In total, we'll have to see, maybe 12 and so on and so forth. But I'm not gonna do the math right now. It's the highlights. Go check out the reel.
It's been one of those games, really, hasn't it? Action all the way through. Panzerfaust in players, Xiaobei goes for a jump shot, and then another one as Heaven didn't really get the chance to take the Panzerfaust 1v1 and left. Really good defensive work from GDS to wipe out Petrichor Road as they committed to making their push, but in the end, defending positions which get shifted away from, and you don't really have any options. It's just wide open terrain. Teams like +82 and Singam in particular set up with a hunkering down loadout that means he doesn't have to move for the entirety of the game, and he's ready just to take on all comers. It's pretty much impossible for any of those teams to have made it over into the zone. It always is so difficult in this sort of area, and no surprise that it's the teams that really don't have to deal with that come out ahead. +82 holding on to the warehouse as long as they could. It was a really good game as well for Baegopa to get themselves into a position to even get into the top 4, and they stacked up a whole bunch of kills as well. I think Songjang ended that game with 7 kills, so yeah, really good stuff from a whole lot of the teams, but in the end it's a low kill chicken dinner for Eagle Owls.
So we'll have to see where that's going to be contributed across their position across the board here. They are also one of those top teams that's being under the spotlight right now for a potential contender to make it to the top spot. So this low kill count might just impede onto them. As I mentioned, 8 points in total itself. There we go. Baegopa comes out the bigger winner here. 13 total points thanks to the 11 kills that they brought in. +82 at 10 total points. Decent enough. I guess them denying those points as well did go a long way in terms of trying to manipulate the positions into the top spot. Take a look at some of the overalls here.
DN Freecs creeping into the top 4. They didn't have the most impressive of games they've ever had, but 7 kill points is enough to put them in top 4 with 4 games left to go. There's still opportunities there for them to stack up a few extra points, even when they're having like bad games. It's still been 5 points, it's still been 7 points. They're still stacking up the points all throughout, and they are the team that came in that maybe has the chance to try and take down T1 from their position on first place. They might have to step it up a little bit for our final 4 games, but they're going to get a chance to reset as we head into a very quick break.
Guard is G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor, such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals, such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
THEERATHON complete. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but heart too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They can draw the line.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
THEERATHON technology.
Two games down, 2 victories secured, 1 from Alter Ego from the APAC region, who finally got a little bit of juice injected into their day, and Eagle Owls, who kind of on the opposite vein, they started off very well on day number 1. They get the win here, but didn't have to do much. 3-kill victory for Eagle Owls, mostly off the positioning, but we've still got 4 games left to go to see if any one of these teams will be able to catch up to T1, who have a pretty dominant lead at the top of the standings. I'm Saga, I got Keith with me once again, and we've got 4 more games to go, and we're going to be heading over towards Rondo and Tago for the midpoint of the day.
Yeah, and the narrative still stands strong here. Can these teams, now without Group B in the mix, surpass the like of T1, who's got a total of 4 chicken dinners and a decent amount of kills? DNF was that team that was supposed to be the promised one, or the chosen one to potentially overtake that. They've had a subpar game number 1, not too bad, 5 kills still when they bowed out. Game number 2, more at par to what T1 brought onto the table at 7 kills average, despite not making it into the point where they get placement points itself. But still, within that benchmark, they are now in a deficit of 2 points. Can they look to exceed that expectation or exceed that point mark in the next game itself, in the next 2 games, or maybe the next 4 games that we have? Because remember, T1 did fumble in the last game of the day yesterday, so that could make up for it.
Yeah, it was T1 that kicked off the whole chain of events in that house, which is now definitely haunted, by the way. There's going to be a whole load of various forms of Asian ghosts just haunting that garage for the rest of its eternity. There's going to be so many of them, and they're probably all going to be like cursing at each other in voice chat. So if you ever go there, I recommend you mute. But it's the start of the day. We looked at the current standings in terms of, we have the individual team reward for the most kills by the end of the tournament, and DNF was slightly ahead in terms of average kills per game with 7 average per game. Today they're averaging 6, so add that on, it's still going to be pushing towards 7. It might still be enough to be slightly on pace to outfrag T1, but T1 also picked up 4 winner-winner chicken dinners, and that's going to be the big deciding factor here. Is yeah, DNF might be able to outpace them in terms of getting the kills, potentially, if they can keep, getting 7-8 kills per game, but is that going to convert to getting the points that they need to overtake them overall in the standings as well? I'm not so sure, because it's tough. I mean, T1 picking up 4 wins was a very impressive performance for them. It was a little bit up and down in a few circumstances, and they got it through playing very aggressive. So usually when they got the wins, it came with 10 plus kills as well, and sometimes it was even off getting 4 kills on a hot drop at the start of the game. So aggression all the way through that didn't really go punished, as we've seen for so many of the other squads in this lobby, who anytime they even think the word aggression, someone's already shooting them in the back. It's really tough to find ways to overcome just the level of third parties and like lack of control, I guess, for lack of a better word, that teams just aren't able to get a full grasp and completely dominate their quadrant of the map, because there's always 3 or 4 teams sneaking up, probably with an MP5, and always looking to capitalize and steal away any points wherever they can find them.
But I guess you could say for the likes of DNF and some of these teams that are competing for the top spot itself, they can find comfort in the fact that yesterday the 2 chicken dinners that T1 did amass upon themselves, they were playing the passive roles. So for the 2 chicken dinners that they had, I believe the first one was about like 3 kills. So technically what an Eagle Owl pulled in game number 2. So maybe there's hope to still outfrag them. But again, like you said, the real worry is if you are able to match that performance and tie it out by the points, then chicken dinners is still going to edge them above as part of the tiebreaker rules that they have here. So it's more the reason why DNF and all these others have to work a little bit extra harder comparatively when they're benchmarking themselves to T1.
Team Flash, by the way, up to 40 kills on the 2 days of games that they've had. T1 went out with 76 after their 12 games were all said and done. So a little bit over 6 points or 6 kills per game was their average. That puts them up to the point of where they're currently standing in terms of the most kills ranking when all said and done. Their highest kills contribution, once again, coming from Heather, who had 29 of 76, which is a big margin. So he had a really good event for himself. But will it be enough to secure those individual accolades, individual monetary rewards when all said and done? We've got 4 more games to decide whether or not that's going to be the case. Next up, we're going to be heading over to Rondo. We've seen a couple of pretty interesting zones in this area. Some of them kind of not too far away from the center. It's been nothing too ridiculous. Like, they've not been hard shifted all the way to the edge. But that doesn't mean that teams aren't going to be treating them with an element of chaos. Because, oh boy, they sure have been.
Well, one thing, again, today itself, based on the circles that we've seen, I can say it's a fair bit of an easier read comparatively to what we've gotten yesterday. I think yesterday there was all the hard shift towards the northern side, southern side. We had a Novo and a Erangel itself. So this time round, the circles that are coming in seems to be a bit more fair, a bit even for all the teams to play it out here. So will that be an advantage? Will that be a disadvantage? I don't know. Maybe some teams prefer the hard shifts because they like to play it at these weird rotations in. But those are variables out of their controls. But I would assume generally most teams like a more predictable circle. So far they've been given that. I want to see them take the advantage of this and really run through with it, at least for these next 4 games. So.
Yeah, Rondo is probably the map that, if you go back and look at statistics, has some of the more predictable circles, thanks in part due to the big mountains that are sporadically dotted around the map that have the land ratio applied to them. So on phases 4 and phase number 8, you know that if there is one of those big tall mountains that you can still play on top of using an emergency parachute, it's going to be shifting away from that. But those are lower priority than things like water. So if there's not many rivers on Tego and on Rondo rather, and towards the edge of the map is another higher priority zone that needs to be shifted away from. So there's still potential for those big tall mountains to have an impact into sort of phase 6 onwards. It's quite rare to see that though, because typically if there will be one ending up anywhere close to the phase 4 circle, it should be shifted away from, but that leaves limited options a lot of the time in terms of exactly where the zone could end up. So some of the end games can be quite similar. Most of these teams will be very familiar with exactly how that works, having played probably hundreds if not thousands of Rondo games by this point, since it was added into the competitive rotation. They've got scrims, they've got tournaments, they've got all kinds where they'll be playing them, ranked games. Yeah, they've played a whole lot of Rondo, so they'll be very familiar with those kind of locations.
Yeah, one thing great about Rondo is also the fact that it's a bit more hilly. So despite being an open barren land to some of these end game circles, it does come with natural covers that you can still play and maneuver around with, right? It's kind of like Erangel, but a bit more gradient to it, so you can find some of these pocket holes to seek refuge from towards the later stage of the game. However, I think based on that nature, it does come with a double-edged sword. When it comes to rotations, it's far easier to get picked off in between here, especially if you do get a hard shifted circle. But you'll have to see. I would say though, based on the lay of the land, a center parted circle would pose more of a threat than ones that hard shift towards corners, because that's where the split happens, right? And that's where the water is, and that's where teams will have to pretty much flip a coin and decide which side of the riverbank it's going to land onto. And we've seen how T1 likes to pretty much play around those situations. They go into 2-2 split, but you know, that always comes at a cost of now you're lacking in manpower on either side of the road.
Yeah, splits are just, they're getting punished a lot more than they typically have been. I think teams just have this mindset of, well, normally if you're playing an FPP tournament and you're drive scouting around a compound and someone's getting information on you, you at least can see them peeking the window and you get to the chance to know, okay, well, there's somebody in there, let's go somewhere else. In this kind of tournament, in TPP, the guy inside that building can be getting information on you and give zero indication at all that there is anyone there. So they say, well, we might as well just send it, because if we do go in like one at a time, go in a little bit sort of slowly and precautiously, if there's someone in there with a Panzerfaust, we just lose a player. So if we all just full send it in all together at the same time, they might just instantly get the Panzerfaust knock onto one, but then we can at least trade. So it's a lot more commitment onto these zones, and teams that have been playing wide splits, even 2-2 splits, just get overwhelmed so frequently. And then teams sometimes even try to regroup on the split, re-breach, and then fight back for the compound, look to try and get revives, and then it ends up in a big brawl, and then everyone gets drawn into third party. So splits is, again, a double-edged sword. There's so many things. It's all about risk versus reward. You can get a lot of control over zone, give yourself options for zone shifts, but at the same time, if a team does decide that they want that particular building that you're in, you're at a big disadvantage if they decide that they're just going to try and take it.
Yeah, we're talking about risk and reward, right? I noticed one thing, that in a TPP mode, that consideration is swayed one-sided, right? I feel that the aggressive team is in a more riskier position, because the one that's just hiding in corners already have got a wide field of view and see you coming, pushing towards the compound here. So what do you reckon these teams would have to keep in consideration when pushing onto a compound?
So many things. There's all kinds of different like elements of making pushes happen. It also depends on the like period of the game when it plays. If it's early into the game, it's about preparation. Teams will have their sheets of where drop spots are, which teams will be dropping in which locations. As we're starting to see now, teams like Alter Ego, NMU, and DBH all going early out towards the southwestern side of Rondo. So maybe for teams looking for a breach somewhere up on the northeastern side of the map, they're not going to be anticipating it to be any of those teams. But it's a whole lot more. You've also got to look at the teams around you, the location, the landmass, everything, where people could be lurking and hiding, if it's a potential split, or whether you're going straight into a 4 versus 4. So many things to think about that makes it so difficult to make these split-second decisions that can make all of the difference between success and failure and in a game like this. Joutin looks like it might be the location for a minor contest. Not really going to be a straight up hot drop, but once again, third game in a row, 17 Gaming lose the first player. This time they didn't even make it to 2 minutes before Lil Ghost got picked off.
Oh, right now, we saw the circle being updated somewhere around the vicinity of Hongshan, towards the south and west side of things. So again, there's more landmass there, which is a good sign for some of these teams. I believe Alter Ego plays towards the hard western end of this entire map here, so it's going to be the most easiest of rotation for them. No other team plays it all the way there, so it's a straight entry. But the same cannot be said by these two teams right here. It's GamDaSal and also Anyone's Legend, who would potentially come across with each other before actually making a rotation across here into circle. However, it is just phase 1. Don't see the rush for them to do any sort of confrontation, but sometimes it's just inevitable.
Yeah, not really in a big hurry to make the engagement, as you said, as Hudat is already starting to back away from this. GDS look more keen to get involved and take the fight, as Right shuffling forwards. He has a shotgun as well, so it seems more likely that he's going to be interested in getting into a close range engagement, as AL seems to just be looting this small northeastern tip of Jiaotin and then looking to exfil as soon as they possibly can and start making moves over towards the zone. A little bit more towards the center they will have to travel. Himas has spotted out that teams are starting to look for flanking options and surround his teammates. He's put some shots into them with the M24 just to dissuade them from doing so, try and buy his team a little bit of space so that they can get out of there.
So far, just warning shots, nothing lethal just yet. But Baegopa did back that 1 point, as you mentioned earlier on. So it's a much needed point onto their hand, as they are right now trailing behind DNF, as the potential runner-up to take over that #1 spot itself. It's still in the cards for most of these teams mathematically, but of course it's a question of probability and plausibility, I would say itself. But 17 Gaming, little ghost, like the ghost he is, raised from the dead, he's still here to play.
This happens every time for 17. They lose players early, respawn them in. Hopefully it goes better than last time they did this on Miramar, where 3 of them drop in and immediately die before touching the ground. And in the early phase of the game, that should be a little bit more likely, but it is going to delay any kind of rotations that they had. Looks like this respawn is going to be heading over towards test track. It was Baegopa that picked up the kill point earlier on. It's interesting because it's 4 AM that's kind of splitting the other side of Neox Factory, but I'm not sure exactly where Lil Ghost was picked off. But they've got him back, and he should be able to get a chance to at least get some loot. And doesn't have very far to go. You can see the northeastern side of the phase 1 circle roughly in the center of the test track. So a little bit towards the southwest, maybe around Yulin Garden, will be the center of the phase 1 circle. Not the stadium circle that we had in yesterday's matches. So DN Freecs, they're going to have to mount up in vehicles and start making their rotations.
Should be a fairly easy rotation from the northern side down south if they make the move now. Otherwise, they're going to have that saturation, try and draw gatekeepers and preventing them from coming into the circle itself. But I don't think at phase 1 you're able to take control of that entry, being too vast and wide itself. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, a team that was dropped at the west point of this entire map here, now will have a glider to kind of scout things out and where the current positions are for some of these teams. I'm sure it's just a pixel here, but they do spot out some of the flaring bullets on the air being sent across the map.
Is one of the benefits of being a team that plays towards the edge of maps. On pretty much all of the maps is the option to grab the gliders. They tend to spawn on the roads on the outskirts around the coast or the mountains at the edges of each map. However, Rondo is still unique in that the gliders have hard spawn locations, so you're guaranteed to find a glider in certain positions. That has been the cause for some early fights in a few of the regions around the world, as multiple teams going for the gliders, or maybe some teams aware that the neighbor will be going for the glider and looks to camp it to catch them out. This time around, that's not going to be an issue for Alter Ego. They were the first team out of the plane all the way in the southwest, and the glider is just such a powerful tool to have, especially in TPP, as you get basically 360-degree vision from an aerial perspective. You can scout buildings, you can scout locations, rotations, all kinds of things. But there is, of course, the downside of teams get the TPP angle for themselves, so they can kind of scout you from the window and make it a little bit more difficult, and can just hide out of the way that little bit more effectively to try and bait you in. So once again, as is everything in a game like this, slight double-edged sword, pros and cons, swings and roundabouts, as we say. But AL managed to grab himself an airdrop crate. That's going to be Himas finding himself an upgrade.
Well, they just sound the alarm now, and I don't think anyone's legend is here to back off. It seems like they're trying to position themselves to take on this fight fair bit too early. I mean, that's always encouraged, at least with the format that we have for this tournament alone. It's just more profitable to be able to
What's happened?
Wipe a team.
Why has 17 been knocked again? Sure. What is going on? Oh no.
Oh, there we go. That's what's happened. Petrichor Road in engagement right now. Just the absolute aggressor. I guess they were fighting for the hills, which is a vantage point for any teams that takes over it. in this map of Rondo. But, ooh, 001 gets knocked down by the member. That's Lil Ghost out from the dead, looking for revenge. He's a vengeful spirit, this guy. He's running pretty low, though, only 9 HP. And unfortunately, we'll have to bow out. Ming is in the area to secure them the win.
He was a sneaky little rascal, lurking behind the tree while all of the vehicles backed away, baiting 001 into overcommitting to a spray and getting picked off. But it's 4 a.m. with the VSS, and the problem I think you have for Petrichor Road right now is you know that knock came through, but the VSS has such a short range of audio that you can actually identify where the shots came from. Maybe Nan was just about within range because he's got a pretty good idea of where those shots came from for 4 a.m. But now Baegopa is here as well, putting shots into 17. For the second time, Lil Ghost has been killed off. Brought back from the dead, killed off again. And now 17 Gaming down to a 3 once again. And they're shuffling their way out of here as a NanMou shuffling around in the grass. If he just peeks a little bit further forward, he might catch an angle onto Park Pro, who might not be ready for a threat to just be lurking in the wide open field. And Park Pro tries to get out of there in the Pico bus, but not quickly enough before a NanMou can spring the trap.
This third-person view, man, you don't even have to be in compromising position. Meanwhile, talking about getting compromised, 17 Gaming, they've lost 2 members as well on their knees. Only have 1 member left to hold up the fort, but as I say that, they go out in 16. So Petrichor Road, they will be able to clean and pick up their members. So a huge win for them, 3 across the board. Oh, 4 a.m. though. They're pushing in forward. So Petrichor Road will have to conclude this right now, otherwise they're going to get picked off. Already, XX Lu has got some of those warning shots fired ahead. It did graze him a little bit, a flesh wound, but man, from the backside, DNF salutes him. Nan gets knocked out, and more nades gets tossed forward by X Lu as well. Chui to join in the fray, leaving Ming left behind the walls here to try and maybe hope that 4 Angry Men goes in with the overcommittal, try to get the loop. Perhaps Ming can come in and trade here, but with the nades tossed on forward, I think they might not get that opportunity. Meanwhile, Salute from the end Freecs has been doing decent work, tapping the members of 4 a.m. from the far side with a scope.
I'm so brain fried about how this whole situation went around, because it was starting off with Petrichor Road taking the fight against 17, getting third-partied by 4 a.m., and then it looked like 17 just vacated. They just fully left the area. And then they just came back in and took the fight against Pero again, and then got third-partied again. It's like, what was the game plan there, fellas? They wanted the position, I guess, maybe. They wanted the house, but Petrichor Road had priority on that because 17 vacated and went somewhere else. And then Petrichor Road commits to the fight. Third parties coming in from DN Freecs. Mortars flying in as well. And 4 a.m. cleaning up their 6th kill in Phase 1. So they're really benefiting from the fights that are just constantly popping up around them on all phases. Baegopa have lost a couple of players as well in all of the chaos. And the zone shifted its way back up towards the north. So any teams that did go for a wide commit or big splits might find a little bit of benefit if they didn't commit all the way down towards the south. THEERATHON 5's Fluky up in a glider as well, alongside Man of Alter Ego, as they're pushing forwards looking for information. He might find some info on Baegopa, spot the 2 vehicles. I don't know if they know this is only 2 players, but oh man, I don't think it matters for them. They're just swarming around. Chasing him down is Chibarit. He spun the vehicle out by popping the tires. Around the side though, Man loses out, gets MP5'd on a swift little seat swap from Akan.
What, it doesn't get better than that. This guy did a 360 turn and did the damage and disappears out of it unscathed. This man's 007 at this point, not punished in that aggressive play. And could he look to do that again? Already getting into the reverse gear. Will find himself a decent compound to play on with. Meanwhile, Eagle Owl, Gim Jum spots out 4 a.m. who's on a roll, so they might just look to turn here. They have to be careful. Lungs, he's already slowing down his vehicle. He's not looking to run. Oh, and he might just pay the price.
They don't even really have to aim. They can just sort of swing their mouse in the general direction of where an enemy is and hip fire out of the window. Coldman takes down Longs. Zenith's putting some shots in from distance. He's holding down Solo in the compound with the respawn tower. So there's a good chance that some teams might have this as a luxury idea for a location they want to pull up towards. The respawn tower in this spot is one of the most exposed ones, though. It's outside of the fence of the compound. And even if you get a smoke down, it's basically, if anyone's on the northern side, they can just shoot in between the tower and the wall. And it's pretty tough to actually get a respawn off in this position. And FN, they've got such a wide area of control around the northeastern side. It's going to be a rotation straight through the middle for +8-2. They're going over towards Alter Ego, not committing all the way to the breach just yet, though. They're going to pull up on the far side of the road for now.
Alter Ego, the rotation was a successful one, despite having in contact to, I believe it was Baegopa earlier on, but right now, it seems like he's in an impenetrable fortress. BRDM, I don't think you're gonna have to knock and ask nicely, because he's not gonna leave the shelter. And TM, they've got 2 members on the ground. Hooli's literally the sole survivor playing this one out, and eventually he just moves that brick of a cover away, and Team Magic is eliminated, exposed.
It's just so rude, isn't it? Being a BRDM in those locations, like he put up some good shots actually onto the teammate from the long distance, but the moment you commit to taking that spray against the teammate that's far away, you just know he's hopping out of the BRDM and just burning you. So there's just really nothing that he could do. He didn't even have time to prime the nade and try and drop it underneath the BRDM, because you see the pin gets pulled on that grenade. You know you've got 7 seconds to jump out and just gun your opposition before they can even shoot back. Ranger X taking a fight, though. Does get a trade of Nox as Dijin Rong is once again mutanting his way through THEERATHON 5. Ranger X now traded out by Xiao Zi. Flucky still just swinging his way around through the air, just having a great time. XYZD having a much worse time as he's copying headshots on entry to the south side of Yulin.
Oh, but this entire temple zone here is going to be condensed with at least 3 teams now sharing the vicinity here. Might be one of the worst moves you can make to try and occupy. They will be handling each other. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. only down to the last 2 members. But even so, it's NanMou. He's not on his feet, still on his knees. Will need to be picked up. But can they do so, especially with DNF? Who's got a Panzerfaust here? That could be deadly. He shoots in the right general direction. It does not clip. But the push is there to allow for the likes of DNF to go in with the aggression, and they will at a drive-by. 4 a.m. Triple X Lu gets bowed out.
The whole squad is gone. 7 points on the board for 4 a.m. after just getting so many opportunities to third party. But, you know, live by the sneaky backstab. You're eventually going to get sneakily backstabbed yourself. And 7 points will be all they're able to achieve for this game. It's not terrible by any means. It's pretty decent, but not going to be enough to really push them any further up the standings than just a couple of positions. Still with a chance for teams like Anyone's Legend to overtake as well. They've got 1 point on the board for now. They've got themselves a position all the way to the western side of this zone. Good control on the northern tip of Yulin. And that's going to be a beneficial spot to have as the zone shifts in that direction. An early hop out for the respawn as GamDaSal gets their final members back up to full strength. He might just have to go into Yulin to try and find some weapons for himself. Oh boy, is this a mortar? This POV. You're playing against what? Like Tiggleton? Or Russeted JR? Or anyone else who's known for peak mortaring? That's rough. Well, what are they going to try and do with that? I think that was Alter Ego's mortar. He's trying to scout out where +8-2 is. Oh, he knows they pulled up on the far side of the road. There's mortars on the opposite side of the map as well. I think that was sort of off to the north. There was a mortar landing down. I don't know who that was aimed towards. Maybe Baegopa.
He's got the
unleash.
He's got the right trajectory, I think. General direction. Shoots one up. Doesn't connect. Meanwhile, on the other end of the road, DNF seems to be picking up GDS. But do we see the mortar clip here? It's coming down. It may be slow. You get a little bit of tag, but not too lethal. So he still hits. You can't argue that he missed, but unfortunately, doesn't deal too much. But he's gonna go with a second attempt here. Maybe this one connects.
Yeah, that's one of those where it's like if he had the hit markers, that would have been really useful. He's like, okay, there is somebody there. Oh, and the second one actually lands really nicely. Almost blows up the vehicles. In the meantime, they just turn their attention over to the rotation of DBH going kind of straight through the middle of these squads. Cleans up a kill point. Singam with that M249 again. Grabs another as DBH down once again to just a couple of players lurking.
Oh!
Okay, well, Trick just turns the mortar around. He's like, oh, new targets. That'll do. Kaboom! Chai away. Blown out of the water. And sent back to lobby as their rotation tried to go through the middle of a couple of teams, and it was just too much to handle. Oh boy, what what just happened? Brother.
Just flipped the hot rod, nothing too fatal. But man, Alter Ego with that mortar play, it's pretty spot on the mark here, and they might get more. Chibrit focus firing down onto FN Esports. They've already got one member who's trying to push onto compound. Now it's a CQC situation. They're crashing in. Trick, he fell pretty low, but not down and out just yet. So that's going to be a lifeline going to the side of Alter Ego, who could look to heal himself back up and maybe deal with the situation even more here.
And Trick is an absolute little fragging machine. One of the best in Indonesia for sure right now. I might say Teddy would be the best of all time out of that region, but Trick is definitely 5'1" of nothing but pure aggression. Maybe like 38 kilograms of just raw gun skill. And he's absolutely putting that on full display. More mortars as well. DNF falling victim now as T-Doi gets knock and flush onto Salute with the mortars. Oh, nicely placed by Team Flash using that information. This is a very mortarable position as well for plus 8-2. If Trick has any more remaining. They could definitely be in for some problems. Eagle Owls Gimjun couldn't land the spray with the 3x AUG, and he gets taken down. Alter Ego, they're finding a whole lot of kills.
Yeah, that was a big win for them, holding that compound itself. They can look to reset. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby will be killing each other out in open plains. It's Baegopa who takes the high hills. But, well, the higher hills always advantageous. It seems that the threat has been neutralized or nullified at this point. There'll be P82, who's now, again, losing another member here. Getting gunned down by BGP. They're just picking up one after another. First with Chiggy and then July. And now they're crashing in. Park Pro, under the cover of smokes here. Oh, on reconnaissance. We'll take the trade, though. But it is plus 82 that's eventually eliminated. And a big win from Baegopa. They picked up about 6 kills from that engagement. Can look to pick up reset as 4.
And Alter Ego, they're flexing out from their position. They know that there's damaged players over here. They want to shoot them all.
Ooh. Oh, it's that explosion right. They caught just on the Chibrit. What unfortunate play. Now Alter Ego will have one member down. Can still be picked up though, so not just down into the grave just yet. Well, as I say that, here they are, disappearing from the game. Meanwhile, still in with 2 members strong. They've got 5 kills, so not too shabby for themselves. Baegopa now gets backstabbed by Eagle Owls. Gimjun from the rear end. So Eagle Owls are now slowly inching their way closer, fighting for that circle spot, fighting for a position on the inside, which is now currently gate capped by the likes of Baegopa, but they are handling the likes of 3 different teams by the edge of the circle.
Yeah, it's tough. PO gets sat down. Himas earlier on, you saw him taking warning shots all the way back at GamDaSal with an M24, but he's upgraded that to a AWM. Just shreds PO's helmet, sits him down. That's their anchoring player on the far northern side, so Baegopa can't really do anything to pick him back up. Trick was on a bit of an aggressive push, but got caught out in the crossfire of Eagle Owls, Aihu and Gimjun. One from each side. They just wait for him to have to force himself into the open. They just pick him apart from both sides. Now anyone's legend. They finally started to flex out from their positioning. Himas a little bit too close to Akan. Takes a decent chunk of damage from a grenade. Destroy looking for some covering fire at long range on towards Eagle Owls as the zone once again favors them. Another northwestern shift keeping their northern tip of Yulin inside the zone. A whole lot of favor towards it. Park Pro, M249, Panzerfaust, couple of grenades. Gonna send all of the above over towards Eagle Owls to try and finish them off. They're on 7 kill points for the game. Maybe if they could clean up Eagle Owls, get up to 9. Maybe
It's going to be
clear
tough.
themselves some space as well. They might even be able to survive a little bit longer, but yeah, AL's position is just suppressing them for now.
I think the play for them is they have to fight the demons that they've already met. That's going to be Eagle Owls, wipe them out, and that's going to give them a clear entry into circle. If not, then they're going to be within shooting range from AL itself. But meanwhile, over in this Holy Land, this temple position here, over in Yulin, still teams will keep a hold on their compounds. It's going to go down to the last few circles, I guess, before they make the judgment call. Oh, but the nades there connects on the dot. Perfectly primed as well. Exploding upon impact. And Kim Jun just takes that one out. They know where the next member is. Under the cover of smokes, maybe drive in, crash onto the tree, and maybe go in with a 1v1 situation. Meanwhile, Lon takes one from the far side. 4D and Freecs now eliminated. Only amassed 3 kills for them.
Okay, Akan in and out of the vehicle. He's playing the ring around the rosy, hopping in and out. And he gets splattered. Alright, well, fair enough. That looked fun while it lasted. As Akan was doing all he could to try and juke out against the Eagle Owls, but just helps out of the car and splatted off the side. A big C4 from Binek onto Sijai. But at the same time, I think it was T-Doi naded himself. So, kind of back and forth fight between Team Flash and NMU down towards the southern side of the zone.
Who that is about to tell you who he is, really made of here. Anyone's Legend gets one member. From the rooftop, he pries down above the valley, gets members down here, and GamDaSal not looking to leave those free pickings off from the table. T-Die as well, trying to clutch things out, but eventually Team Flash, even with that barricade in place, just cannot address the immediate threat right next to him, so they will bow out. GamDaSal now positions behind a rock, but it's Anyone's Legend who's trying to make this game their own. Haisaki here, spraying down general the vicinity of Eagle Owls, who's made an aggressive rotation in center side.
And look at the full control of the northern side that Anyone's Legend have now fully claimed, with Hudat putting the pressure down to the south. Look at that mutant just singing. That little burst fire, Dijin Rong he's finding impact with that. Yeah, how fast he can get those bursts off. It's another one of those weapons, you know. The damage that it can deal is kind of insane. The stopping power on that gun. It's the only non-DMR, and maybe not even non-DMR anymore. But it's the only assault rifle that could 2-tap a level 3 helmet. Does more than 50 damage onto a level 3 helmet. The damage it can deal is kind of nuts. So up close, where you don't have to worry about the slower bullets. Oh yeah, the damage is big. A big trade of grenades. Shayu and Left both just bombard the duo from the other side out of the game at the exact same time. And that leaves us with a classic APAC showdown. T5 and Anyone's Legend as our last 2 teams standing.
Oh, the numbers advantage though, and the map control goes to the side of the team Anyone's Legend. At the very least here, they've got 2 members for every one of T5. So that's going to be pretty comfortable for the likes of Anyone's Legend. However, this is TPP, so if Anyone's Legends would to come in as the aggressor, they might just get spot out before they can even act here. Fortunately for them, they do have numbers of lives. Manpower is what they have to spare. Collateral damage to try and secure this victory, this $1,000 chicken dinner finish. And I think they're going to be able to do so, but it seems like he's just checking out bunkers for the time being, unsure on the position of T5.
I remember back to the Vietnam series in spring, there was a very embarrassing loss here for the team that is currently under the name of Anyone's Legend, different name back then, but Tanvu absolutely dominated them, and it was that very same ridgeline that they're currently using to flank around the side of XYZD that was their downfall. So that's going to be a sore point, raw in the memory, and they're not going to let it happen again. They're going to claim that position for themselves, and T5 just going to buy as much time as they possibly can, wait for anyone to get a little bit antsy, a little bit impatient, maybe hand over a point that they shouldn't. If they can find one kill and flush it, it's worth spending the time. But anyone's legend, T5, almost neck and neck in the standings. This game's going to add a little bit of separation between the two. Definitely favoring anyone's legend, though, with the position they have, the numbers advantage, everything in their favor to secure this victory.
It seems that both teams, they know what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to. Anyone's legend, fresh from that trauma, not going to try and force the issue. Playing it safe, which is ultimately a good play from them. Because in this third TPP format, look at that. Everyone's peering through within the general vicinity. But they're having their character models in such safe position. Anyone who peeks out right now, immediately is going to translate some sort of information over. The heads has been shown. And they kind of get a rough idea. We'll just be tossing nades on forward. So far hasn't knocked anyone just yet, and that might be it. He's falling real low. Does not want to have any tail on his position to be on his knees now. But with the blue zone grenade right there, will flush him out just fine. T5 now in trouble. Tries out the corners here. Not knowing where the rest of the members of AL currently stands, but they do have this smoke grenade to launch in forward, thinking that they might be players coming from flank side, and he's probably right. He sees one, and there is one member making a move on forward.
It was Hudat who was kind of holding that angle, but he's had to move with the blue zone. XYZD still having that folded shield. He could get himself an angle if he can set that thing up, jump on top of it, and he can get a peek over the top of the wall that AL might not be expecting. Might be good for one opening knock if he's able to pull that off, but that's only if anyone's legend gives him the chance to do so, and Haisaki is not giving anything away with his current position. Little bait shots maybe, or just trying to draw the attention of T5, draw them into making a mistake, but they're running out of time, running out of options. If they're going to just try and deny these points, anyone's legend has to get aggressive to secure these kill points, or they can just sit back and take the 4-kill victory. They need the points. They need the confidence. They're the team that's going to the LAN event. They could do with just wiping out a regional rival. And XYZD getting a little bit cheeky, taking a peek. Well-placed grenade from Flucky. Finds Himas. He was on the back line. Flucky's getting active on this.
He could maybe turn the tides here. Although Flucky's rotation has been spotted out by the members of anyone's legend, surely they don't get caught out from the flank side. Haisaki saw him making that rotation over, and with the members' advantage, they can afford to go in with the pickup. Unless this nade right here can confirm Zanada, that would be very advantageous for the like of T5. But T5, they're not taking chances. Already going in, understanding that every time wasted is disadvantage towards them, because now the pickup can take place. And now, I believe he spotted out a character model earlier on. Twice now, he might have seen them. Can they look to react here? XYZD takes a little bit of a tap. Sprays into the blind, clips a little bit. However, still no clue on where the positions are for anyone's legend, who's right now under dense cover of smoke. And it seems like anyone's legend is making the push up forward. Does have the blue zone and the nade to toss on forward. They will get one member. That's Fluky. And now with the backstab, Haisaki tries to go for it, but gets traded. And now the rest of the 3 members will be there to secure it. It's a chicken dinner.
I like the read from Flucky. He got the opening with the long-range grenade onto Himas and tried to wait enough time for an opponent to have gotten over there to look to secure that revive, and then went to toss out the grenade. He aimed for the tree, assuming that, okay, well, if they're going to get the revive, they're going to want the cover from the bullets. It was a good read. Thankfully, anyone's legend, Maybe they hadn't really thought about it. Maybe they just sort of pressed F as soon as they got over towards Himas instead of worrying about the cover. But that could have been such a crucial opening if he'd been able to get that read dead on. But it was not the case, and anyone's legend do secure those final 2 kills, eventually just overrunning the remainder of T5 after they got into Yulin with a numbers disadvantage earlier on in the game. 6 kills on the board for anyone's legend. It's going to be them using that 5-man roster to full effect. They've been sort of swapping players in and out. It's Hudat in today for Taikon, and he's gonna assist the team with getting themselves that win on the board. First win for them across the entirety of the final stage.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is the last day as well. A much needed win to try and turn the tides for themselves, or maybe just bag a couple of thousands, a couple of grand from the chicken dinner to get out. Yeah, not the worst way to go as well. Still more than what we've yielded in the past 3 days. So good enough for them. Meanwhile, though, here are some of the highlights that we've had. It was a hectic one. 4 a.m. definitely showed a little bit more prowess in this match alone. I believe they picked up decent amount. Unfortunately, get stubbed out towards the midpoint of the game, especially right here with Eagle Owls finalizing that entire engagement itself. THEERATHON, like you mentioned, they did bow out way too early, losing much member, but that alter ego and their mortar just seemed to be hitting pixel perfect within this game. Baegopa, they had somewhat of an advantage here, but I think they were skirmishing against too many teams at a point in time. We'll lose members like flies, having to address left, right, front, and back in trying to get breach into circle, which ultimately they paid a price here, especially with this little dance they did with Akan.
They just splattered him. He was in and out of the vehicle. They said, all right, well, you want to do vehicles? We can do that too. Anyone's Legend picking up the win. Much needed amount of points for them. I wonder if there's a stat out there. There's a whole lot of stats that we can track through PUBG. I wonder if we need to add a new stat for it. The player who gets killed the most times in one game, because Lil Ghost is kind of pushing for a world record on that. He got killed off, respawned, killed off again. If they were able to respawn him one more time, he probably would have died alongside the rest of 17 Gaming. So right now, 2 has happened pretty frequently, but it seems to be just constantly happening to 17 Gaming. They're 1 point on this game. It's the 3rd game in a row where they've given up the first blood, and it's really not going well for them. They're a team with big expectations, but a big win in the hands of Anyone's Legend. That's going to push them back up into the top half of the leaderboard, the top 12, with 9 matches having been played. But now there's 4 teams into the top 7, 55 points and above. But that gap onto T1, it's getting bigger and bigger. DN Freecs just haven't been able to have that same level of impact. There's still 32 points to catch up to first place, and only 3 games left to do it. They've got to be averaging above 10 from this point on, even 11 points per game, to try and close that gap.
Yeah, mathematically, it's getting real tight for DNF, right? We can assume, based on the historic trends and the kind of point system that's been implemented for this game, you could look to walk away with 16 total points, and that's a chicken dinner with some sort of eliminations on your hands. But the disparity right now for DNF to take over the T1 is about 30 points, which means if you're taking 16 points per game, you're gonna have to do well in at least 2 out of the 3 that's coming in next, and that's a tall ask, seeing as though that 2 out of 3 is quite impossible to do. But well, we've seen BB did it 5 games back to back to back to back. Maybe they could do it too. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone's getting 5 back to back, because they would have had to have already got 2 by this point. But I mean, just the fact that that's even a thing that we have to talk about someone having done is just wild. It feels like it was only a week or 2 ago, because it was, when we were talking about Full Sense potentially getting 4 in a row and how crazy that would be. So honestly, BB getting 5 is just absolutely criminal scenes. But that's over in West. That's things that these teams are going to have to worry about if they qualify and get the invite to the LAN event at the end of this year, which we've got a few teams that have been confirmed, and there's still a few up for debate, up for grabs. The Korean teams is going to be an interesting one, because Korea has been so good throughout the entirety of this tournament. It's so many times we look at the top 5 teams and 4 of them are from Korea, and then you've got maybe one outlier like FW or Team Flash or sneaking their way into the top 5, but it's just consistent across the board that the Korean squads, even those who, again, have kind of come up through the TPP format, haven't really got the international global experience of some of these other more mainstay FPP pros. They've just been looking really good. It's the complete opposite side of the story to the Chinese teams. Chinese teams generally across the board have been pretty disappointing. Like 17 Gaming just can't seem to get it together. Petrichor Road have had a couple of moments, but still nowhere near of what their expectation should be on a team of that caliber. 4 a.m. definitely finding their groove a little bit in terms of just like third party everyone, but then they get picked off because they get third partied. They're just not really able to put those solid performances together in the way that those teams probably should be able to in a lobby like this.
Yeah, I mean, with the Korean teams, I kind of expected them to, right? I mean, if the game came from there, you'd be foolish not to represent it all in its whole capacity, right? You're probably like first adopters of the game from the get-go. China, they're a huge region with gaming in general, and they usually are at average above the competition as it is. So for them to actually come in a little bit underwhelming is news to me, to be honest, right? Especially like the likes of 4 a.m. who's got a presence within the title and the scene for the longest of time. One thing still stands true. Yes, they are aggressive, but somehow the aggression is not paying out here, despite the format incentivizing aggressive plays. So something is just off there. I don't know, maybe they're not too adept with TPP, since this is a new thing that's they're trying to bring into competitive mode or competitive esports in general itself, right? Vietnam and Thailand, they're obviously just holding up to their name here. Team Flash, again, we've seen them before. They're still rocking it, super consistent right now. And well, Alter Ego now getting heated up. Unfortunately, a little bit too late, but we're seeing some signs of life here.
Yeah, it's good to see. I expect that we're probably committing to this kind of format, and we might see more tournaments like this in the near future, maybe moving on into next year, so getting the experience that they can now, not just regionally, but up against some of the best teams out of the entirety of Asia, China and Korea. This is one of the first events where we're seeing that sort of mix between the two. We do also need to consider, like, geographically, some of the teams are playing with probably a ping disadvantage coming into this. That's been a big point of conversation for Masters West, for sure, where you have EMEA teams playing against Latin American teams, and they're switching servers back and forth every game. So one game, you know, some of the EMEA teams are playing on 200 ping, and then the Americas teams are playing on 200 ping. Over here, that's a little more consistent, so it's somewhat of a disadvantage maybe for the teams like AE playing from Indonesia if we're using servers that are based elsewhere, like Korea or mainland China. It's the whole lot of little things that can add up to big advantages or small advantages, just adding up to big outcomes. Because this is a game where milliseconds matter. They really do. Whether it's getting the shots off first or getting your rotation slightly ahead of everyone else, those kind of things can really make a big difference and have a lot of impact on the outcome of games. I mean, how many times have we said, especially while T1 was running through and winning every game, that the fight they had in the early phases of the game, this could have very easily gone the other way, and then suddenly T1 isn't looking like a dominant team. Suddenly they could be, you know, down in sort of below 12th, but going out so early in all of the phases of the games. But that's just not how the cookie crumbled, and that means that there is still a lot more ground to be covered for any of the teams looking to chase up onto them. We mentioned it already, DN Freecs was the most likely to catch up to T1, but they've got their work cut out for them. They need 11 points per game from this point onwards if they want to dethrone T1 and be crowned the champions of Asia Masters 4. And it's got to start here as we get into map 3 on Taego.
Yeah, we do have a vertical flight path cutting from south to the northern side, skewed slightly onto the west end, but nothing too detrimental just yet. However, Taego is a beast of its own. We're looking at two different islands combined by only a riverbank here, a slight river in between, cut 40 to 60% of landmass actually goes either side of the islands. Most teams would like to hope to play within the larger part of the landmass, but we've seen how some circles do come in unpredictably right smack dab in the cut between those two islands itself. We'll see how these teams like to play them out. So far, no teams have done a split of 2-2, but that circle is there, updated, and it seems like a lot of these teams will have to make the migration up north.
And we're gonna get it once again, this Ohyang hot drop. It was NMU and Full Sense yesterday that committed to this fight. This time around, it's NMU And FN, Xiaoyu just couldn't quite land the shots that he needed, as Breakers just about gets out of the line of sight. And okay, well, there's a mutant. Get that thing over to DJ Wrong ASAP. Although he's got a couple already. He's got one knock. He's traded out with the grenade as Shizai has gone down. He's got himself an angle up onto the rooftop as well. A little bit of mobility where he can look out for flanks. Needs to look out as Rex is on the move around the warehouse.
Dijon Raw. He's got an AOG in hand, so it's not on his signature itself. Perhaps maybe he can pick it up from an ally itself. But talking about allies, I think they should go in with the pickup on Cizai, and that would even this engagement a little bit more to try and tip things in towards their favor. They will get the pickup, so they haven't lost too many just yet. Nothing's set in stone. Cizai can look to reset here, but Rex is in the far end. Maybe catches some of these rotations out.
This positioning of Rex is critical, as NanMou are just not aware that he's there. But if Xiaozi steps outside of his little area of control, he's wide on the has dropped off the shot, and it's now for NMU, and hip fire jump shot with the micro Uzi, but it's traded out quickly by Xiaozi and FN. They're going to be losing Rex here. There's no way they're getting through the middle of all of this, but can they get over there in time before the revive comes through and make use of the 3v3, make it a 3v2? Zenith bank shots a grenade off the window and takes down Xiaozi. Beautifully done by him.
Oh, it's just when things were about pretty much even for these two teams. FN just comes on top real hard. They did get the pickup though, so they do have some members to try and fight back, but Zenith right now, he's got the flank side here, and FN Esports, with the numbers advantage, surely they can look to overwhelm them, but all these players have to be in check. With the Panzerfaust, it's going to be an easy pickings, and they'll get that member out. That's NanMou out in 16th place, thanks to a Star-Lord that's coming in heavy on the top.
He did a whole lot of heavy lifting for that fight. How many only got 3 kill points? Did NMU get a team kill? What happened there? I don't know. Not sure. Team Flash is in some severe trouble. T-Doi just has to hop on the bicycle and skedaddle. That's 4 a.m. this time around. Not even waiting for a third party. They're just going straight in. Tongmu has gone down, but they should be able to look for a revive as Long switches over to the VSS for a little bit more 9mm action for 4 a.m. And he's putting the shots in, hitting a moving target with the VSS. That's a tricky one.
Oh, they're going in with a crash though. Again, in 4 a.m. fashion, they just don't quit, they say. Have to go in a follow-up here, and that paid out handsomely as 4 a.m. wipe out the rest of Team Flash from the lobby.
This is going to be one of those games, isn't it? What are we, 5 minutes in? 11 players dead. Multiple players knocked around the course of the map as well. There's going to be another engagement, and this is a commitment again from GDS onto T5. Exquisite taken out. They're circling around Ranger X, and Rosseted JR and Flucky not in a position to help. He can't do anything as Jay Chan just flies past with the seat swap. GamDaSal coming out ahead.
GamDaSal just absolutely devouring them with the drive-bys though. There's 3 drive-bys taking out 3 members, and now Rosseted Jr. will join on with to be the 4th. GamDaSal annihilated T5. Who would have thought? All in drive-bys fashion as well. Meanwhile, Lil Ghost, he's the guy who, well, arguably you can't kill a ghost, but he's the man who keeps getting out and kicked out into the lobby and back in several times. They're looking to probably send him on 4th again as sacrificial lamb. Maybe to bait out some of these plays or some of these teams to transfer into information that 17 Gaming can look to capitalize and make it their own. But so far, I think that engagement is going to not pan out for the time being. So 17 Gaming will play it a little bit more safer this time around. I heard your comments about Lil Ghost and how frequent he has to be respawned in a single lobby, and so it's not going to be the same case. Meanwhile, take a look at the overall leaderboards right now. DNF still trailing in 4th place, looking to close in onto 3rd, and it's still a fair bit of a climb to try and hit 97 points or actually exceed it. Baegopa, right now, on top of the hill, 4 a.m. Shen spots him out. Gets him mid-animation on the air. They'll take him out. That's Park Pro. They do have an ally nearby to perhaps come in with the cover fire. But 4 a.m., they're not looking to stick around. They understand that rotation was intentional, and DNF potentially getting points across the board here. So a good progression for the likes of the team that's has the most potential to take on over first place.
25% of the lobby has perished in 7 minutes gameplay. This is very much game 6 come early, it seems. As 3 full teams eliminated, and a couple of extra players dotted around on a few of the other squads. 17 Gaming for the first time today not being one of them. And they've even got themselves a little bit of a boost in airdrop crates as well. Ghillie Suits and Grozers for Xiaobei. Shen has been spotted out in his position lurking behind the tree. He's just gathering information for Lu just to send mortars. Unfortunately onto the wrong building and a little bit over the top. If they was playing on that rock, that would have been a nicely placed mortar, but nobody there. So Shen's just on a bit of a solo mission right now. But they've already got 5 kill points. I mean, it's the same thing for 4 a.m. Can get deep into these games, but they're getting 5 to 7 kills each time just from early aggression, third-partying shots, catching people off guard, being in weird little positions that no one's expecting. It's like they're playing this game like a solo game, where just every single step you're getting some kind of snake, and left this time. Using to take down Trick, and Man's gone down as well. We're going to lose another couple of players before hits.
So, when you put it that way, I didn't know we're still in phase 1. That's insane. So many members getting knocked down, and now members from GamDaSal as well. J-Chen here knocked down 1 member, but now Chibrit, they're under the pressure here. More members are making a drive-by across. He instantly hops into the car just for cover. But AE, they have not secured that kill, and Right gets onto Chibrit. So unfortunately, it was a good knock from Alter Ego, but they cannot follow up with the kill, and that's Alter Ego bowing out 0 points, and GamDaSal picking up more. Yeah.
What do you mean 8 kills, dog? It's 9 minutes into the game. You wiped out 2 full squads, just driving around, hitting MP5s out of the window, and then running people over for the rest. This guy needs some more bullets. He's run out of 9mm ammo. That's crazy. And actually, GDS have now overtaken Baegopa as, once again, the second best performing team of the 2 lobbies that are competing today from these 2 groups. They've got a chance to make a move forwards and maybe take the fight to Baegopa a little more directly if the zone allows for it, which it will. It's the same hill as we had on our Tego match yesterday as well. Going to be consistent battlegrounds. But there's a big opportunity now for Baegopa's hold of this area to be punished, as FN could just go for a drop directly on top of one part of that split that they have, and those splits can be extremely risky in this tournament when everyone is just going recklessly aggressive.
Well, good news for the side of FN. They've got revive on all of the members after their skirmish with NanMou. So they're going to be 4 members strong once again. Can look to maybe do some damage here, especially now that they've landed with anyone's legend. But they do have the loots to try and fend things off here. They're trading one or the other. But FN leaving only Rex, who's got nothing in arms, will have to just drive away at this point. What seemed to be a hopeful return turns into a terrifying surprise here, with anyone's legends occupying the high hills and now looking towards Baegopa next.
Well, they've got to get these revives off first before they start looking anywhere else. And that's always the thing. If you get any knocks, you know someone's going to come knocking. Himas is just watching the backline, hasn't even taken the chance to heal for himself. He'd rather make sure that his teammates get the chance to get the revives, but do they even get the chance to get the revives? Because Park Pro has started driving forwards with the vehicle. Drops 1 grenade into the smoke, and Songjang secures the flush onto Haisaki. They did get 1 revive for anyone's legend, but now on the far side, this is what Himas was worried of. As the push comes in from the western side, Heaven with a grenade in his hand. He's not even going to bother throwing it, just catches Hudat hopping around in the field And he knows that there's more AL members ahead of him. Just tossing out the grenades. That's some good damage again onto Destroy. Not enough to secure the flush yet, but he's called in more support, so more grenades to be sent over. And it's Gumin who might try and line it up as well.
Uh-oh. This grenade may be crucial. They did trade onto one. Gumin gets onto Destroy, but now that counter trade is there. But eventually, surely, DNF, they're running away, it seems. What?
Oh dear.
Well, no, they're still here. Heaven is still here.
Yeah, they only ever committed 2. There was only ever 2 that committed onto this. So now that they've lost Gumin, it is just Heaven. And he's not really all that concerned about taking a 1 versus 1 against a player like Himas. He's going to back away, maybe look for a longer range angle to try and get some shots over the top. But Baegopa, again, they've seen these knocks going down. They're getting involved one more time, looking to finish off the job into AL. They've conceded a knock one more. And Petrichor Road as well, scrapping in the compounds. But anyone's legend. They've just got to dip down behind this vehicle and hope that PO doesn't land one of these 4 grenades that he's got. Oh, they're out of there. They're gone.
Yeah, this looks sour for anyone's legends, but they actually, relatively, this is an okay of an outcome, seeing that they were squashed between 2 teams. Now, same can be said with 4 AM, though, unfortunately for them, despite having the initial knock, they're the ones who gets taken out by Petrichor Road. And again, this team just seemed to come in as an upset, a kryptonite for some of these big, aggressive teams within the lobby.
It's a crazy little shift, and that might be the reward for the Ming Ming squad wipe of 4 angry men. Destroyed by 1 single man. Ming Ming with all 4 of the kills. That's 4 AM. Once again, they get some early points on the board, but then they dip out pretty early on into the piece. Zone shifting back towards the southeast means Petrichor Road will have control of the 1 building that remains on the eastern side of the river. But it's the sort of dried up riverbed. You can still play on those banks. It's a little bit sketchy though to do so. And getting across them, even with vehicles, can be dangerous. So Petrichor Road, for now, won't be feeling any pressure. But eventually they're going to have to get over that river themselves. That means they're just going to have to hope for an opportunity to present itself where there's not going to be too many teams staring down at them. DL watching overhead as respawns come flying through. So Team 8-2 with 1 dropping back down ahead of him, but he's also got 1 in the same compound. If July 20th finds an angle towards this, if DL starts taking shots towards his respawning teammate, he could be in trouble.
Not putting the shots though, so it seems that TM is gonna go out just fine in that rotation itself. Again, 17 Gaming so far not picking too much for themselves as well, so you can't be too passive in the role, but improvement. Lil Ghost played 15 minutes of the game so far.
What the heck?
Not required a respawn, so a small win for them. Now breaching into the circle, but they're split up real far. Wonder what the game plan is for them.
That's crazy. 17 didn't have to respawn anyone this game? You gotta be kidding me. They actually get to play as a 4-man in the good old-fashioned method. Considering so many people have died, half the lobby is alive right now. Exactly half, as DL will be flushed out by Singam. And we are 15 minutes in, so basically halfway into the game's total runtime. And half the lobby is alive, and that's including players who were killed off and then brought back as a revive. So more than 32 deaths have occurred. What a crazy, aggressive Tego this has been. But it's DN Freecs still just about holding on to their first place, but like we said, they needed 11 points per game, and as a duo, it's not looking likely they're going to be able to get it.
That means they're gonna have to move the goalpost a little bit further, it seems. Count this game out of the equation, they're gonna have to aim for 15 next. Easier said than done, though.
For sure. Very difficult to do. But, I mean, it seemed like a lot of the wins that we saw early on into the tournament, like day 1 in particular, every time a team got a win, the first 3 games, it was 10 plus kills. Every time it was like 12, 13 kill wins. But as this tournament's progressed, it seems like everyone's just getting more and more aggressive in the early phases of the game. SMGs have been getting more and more prevalent as people just committing to fights so much more. It's been harder and harder for people to get those 10-kill wins because things like this keep happening. Taemin just yeeting himself over a cliff, hip-firing down on towards right to get the knock, but it's 3 knocks conceded for Eagle Owls as GamDaSal still fighting back with absolute precision.
Oh, GamDaSal, they've got 2 members against the 1, but Gyeongmin has got somewhat of a rock which eventually gets flushed out by a grenade itself. So, well, forget what I said with a train of thoughts. They get to pick up right from this. And 12 kills already from GamDaSal. That's insane. They've been doing drive-bys and getting away with it, and now DNF just breezed past by them. Don't want to even compete for the same sharing space.
12 kills is pretty nuts. And the closest team ahead of them is DNF. They have managed to get 1 respawn. So Salute Gyumin is back in play as Salute holds down the backline. He's watching the rotation of GDS. Some shots ringing out as they drive by the rest of his squad. But now they're going to pull up directly in front of him. Lands 1 headshot as Right hops out of the vehicle in towards the shack. He's down on the low ground. Salute does have a flare gun, so he could look to try and call in a BRDM. That would be useful to have in the late stages of the game. He's going to have to wait a little bit for the zone to close in before he gets the chance to use that. But then, is the BRDM going to be there in time before he has to get the shift? Not sure, but no. GDS, they're going in, of course. They found targets. They don't care if you're DNF. Global partners, best team in Korea or not, they're going in. And they're getting the advantage as well. Right, getting 1 down, and he gets a second J-Chan's grenade onto Salute, and Heaven is next on the chopping block.
This is such a crucial pickup for GamDaSal, though. They're the 2 teams that's competing for the top 2 spot, and DNF gets eliminated, only 2 kills. GDS now picking up 14, can't look to even revive Left, who's relatively in a safe position by the riverbank. They're going to go be 4-man strong with 14 total kills so far, and that's excluding a potential placement point they might get towards the late game.
Yeah, they've still got a little way to go before placement points can really be on the mind. Still 5 teams that need to be eliminated. They did manage to grab the revive. Right is kind of stuck in this position, though. And they've got a respawn as well for GDS. So more players to try and potentially fight back against Pero. Songjang with a cheeky little hip fire around the side, catches out Himas, secures the flush as well. As the rest of Baegopa fully committing onto defensive holding. They want to get this last player down. It's Destroy. He's got seemingly unlimited grenades. Tosses out a blue zone grenade. That gets damage onto a can. Oh. And another one onto Songjang. They're not going to get into that shack in time to revive PO. But Park Pro needs to hold on to this. Gets a big chunk of damage, but he had to sprint in through the blue zone. Just took too much damage. Destroy not able to get around the side and capitalize. So Baegopa will grab these revives. That was a really solid solo effort from Destroy.
Real unfortunate there. Just not within their cards to pretty much win that fight. So unfortunate. Although they went close. Did cripple them for the time being, though. So they will have to be in place to go in with the revive. Maybe heal up before they can move into circle. But by then, a wall is going to be built here by some of these teams that's already occupied on the inside. 17 Gaming has got the hills. But right nearby is going to be Plus 82 as well. And GamDaSal, the team that's right now at 14 kills. FN Esports eliminated this time around. Despite their efforts to go in with the revive again, Plus 82 comes here to be a minus mark that takes them out of the equation.
Baegopa as well. Still with 3 players standing. Losing PO on the fight. I know it was a 4 versus 1 against Destroy, but he just had so much utility. Used it well. Shame they weren't able to keep 4 alive because they've got a pretty solid position right now up on the high ground. And just a few more points required for them. They would have maybe been in with a chance of overtaking DNF. GDS as well could quite easily do so. So they could become the next contenders with an opportunity to overtake FW first of all and then T1. And GDS right now is stacking up the amount of points that would be required to do it. Obviously, this is somewhat of an outlier game. They'd probably have to do this 3 times in a row, but man, they've got the confidence with them, that's for sure. Shy away, picked off from decent range as Peng Peng puts the Mini 14 to some use. But he hunkered down right now as 001 had the line of sight towards him. Petrichor Road have the BRDM. They're going to go hunting. And Peng Peng, his days might be numbered.
Oh yeah, this is gonna crash into the vehicle itself. Spots him exiting, but he can't do much unless he's got a Panzerfaust on him. But they don't, and they've got 2 BRDM.
No.
Talking about being greedy. Exit immediately with the frags. That's 10 kills on the side of Pero. That's crazy.
That's disgusting, actually. 2 BRDMs? Maybe that's why Salute didn't call one in earlier on when he had the flag on, because Pero's just got them all. What the hell? 2 BRDMs. They've got 10 kills already. And a zone like this, these BRDMs are going to be pretty valuable. They need to be careful because 17 do have Panzerfaust, so if they get a little bit over-aggressive, then they might be in danger. 001 gets tagged down from Songjang up on the high ground. He was outside of his vehicle a little bit too long. He's flushed out as well by a well-placed nade from Xiaobei.
They have to build a wall though. Petrichor Road needs to go in with the revive, but they unfortunately missed that opportunity already. 001 finally in the ground. Did much work though. But with these 2 BRDMs, they kind of have to set the land for themselves for success here. Oh, one member creeping in from the B line. Behind a rock here. Understanding that the man in the ghillie suit might not be the ones carrying the Panzerfaust. And so that information is being transferred, but also on the main side, they're crashing in with a drive-by. Again, with the BRDM, it's just building an impenetrable fortress. I'm not sure how they're going to follow up to this. It comes out and go in with the spray. They take one down. Threat nullified for the time being, but they trade. And so 77-0 can still look to turn the tides for his teammates here as he gets another. Ooh. 2 members now alive for 17 Gaming. Looking at the third as they go in with the pickup. But Chui might have something to say about it as he drive in so casually. No threats in sight. Tries to go in with the rollover, but still does not. Handling is not its strong suit, and he will neutralize that threat.
I like it from 17. They got aggressive. They tried to take the Panzer to the BRDM if Petrichor Road was just going to sit on the hilltop and throw grenades. They tried to hop in the passenger seat and just Panzer joust them down. Didn't quite connect. I mean, it did hit the Panzer, just didn't get the damage that it needed to do. But, well, it was a good fight back from 17. Petrichor Road, from what looks like a pretty unlosable position with 2 BRDMs, down to a solo as Chewy somehow hit him with the BRDM, didn't get the run over, and then a little hip fire P90 gets the job done. Baegopa into their smokes, and they gotta run and hide, but over the top, Chewy can see him the whole way. Oh, the TPP camera over the top of the smokes, and there's nothing Park Pro can do to dodge. He peeks around the side with a P90 as well. They gotta get out of there though, because there's nades. But oh, this is brutal for Baegopa.
Chewy, my god, this has to be one of the MVP consideration right here. But Chewy single-handedly dismantled that team. Oh, he's gonna get more even. 17 Gaming. You've seen what he's done, and he's pretty much scouted this area before. He understands the man in the ghillie suit is not the ones with the Panzerfaust.
He's just healing in front of him. That's so rude. Oh, Xiaobei, you're gonna need a bigger rock because Chewy is just waiting for the moment to hop out and absolutely pump you full of P90. And Xiaobei, this is one of those. He doesn't even have a frag grenade, but if he did, as soon as he pulled the pin, you know that Chewy's gonna hop out. Xiaobei tries to get the timing. If Chewy hops out of the BRDM, Xiaobei can hop in and steal it. I think that's what he's trying to go for. As Chewy is back out and back in again. Over there in the compound, there's GDS and 8-2. They're fighting each other. There's shotguns in play over there as this little cat and mouse game for Chewy and Xiaobei continues. BRDM is pretty low on health, but, well, not as low as him anymore.
Oh, damn. I guess he who pulls the first trigger is the one who bows out. 16 kills, though, for Pero. Real respectable stuff, and that's Chewy all by himself towards the last few kills within it. 9 from this one player alone. Definitely right up there now in the spotlight, trying to compete for that MVP mark. But right now, 17 kills onto GDS and 16 onto Pero. Petrichor can pretty much just bow out right now and they'll be okay with whatever the outcome may be. But of course, he's now sparking hot red. We'll look to blow up though, that BRDM.
Finally gone. Just enough chip damage taken over the course of this end game through all the grenades, all of the bullets, and GamDaSal have taken away the most powerful piece of utility that Chewy has. They've got themselves MKs as well. They've got the numbers advantage, the positional advantage for now, as they can send Lorne on a big flank around the outside. Just got to keep his head down, make sure that Chewy doesn't dominate him in a 1v1 like he's been doing to a lot of people, although having a RDM is probably worth having a whole team with you. Lorne's looking for the angle through the smokes.
Oh. Simple peeks. Does not turn, just a flash wound, nothing too fatal yet. But to how long can you hold this one out? It's 3 members at 3 separate angles staring down at you. You're gonna have to play a game of bingo and try and cross one by one out if you're looking to somehow come out on top. But I mean, if anyone's gonna be able to do it, it's the Miracle Boy, who's brought in 9 kills already despite all odds. Well, unfair to say so, and BRDM this shift the odds a little bit onto your favor. But right now it's him, a gun, and a dream to try and clutch this out. Right? Coming from the right side, actually. Going now into flank position. Chewy, he might just snooze on this. Takes a fair bit of damage. Half HP. Now he's glowing red, but will burn out and eventually send that chicken dinner onto the side of GDS.
RIP, buddy. Chewy and the rest of the Petrichor Road squad. 2 BODMs, man. That's just brutal. What a joke. But it's GDS that gets the victory when all's said and done. 18 kills to go with it. So when we were talking a little bit earlier on, like, what happened to all of the high kill wins that all these teams were getting? It's been, what, like a 4-kill win today, a 3-kill win today? Well, GDS just brings us right back in, picks up 23 points off a single game. And look at them. They're just giggling away. They know that this was maybe the goofiest game of all time, but they out-goofed the competition and got themselves their 2nd win of the Masters Finals, which is very good stuff for them. That's another $1,000 in the bag, 18 kill points to go along with it, and they've overtaken DNF. They've put themselves within about 20 to 25 points of first place overall, and that's doable with 2 games left to go.
Yeah, you can. I mean, if they're gonna pull again this Hail Mary of a run, easily they could look to bring in about 35 points from their performance, right? So it's looking fair and bit and good for them, actually. However, I don't think it's as goofy as a game for them because they missed out on all the action that we were able to see. It's Petrichor Road who's had the goofiest of run here. I can't believe they were getting away with like 2 BRDM. Surely after the first one, after the first team wipe, you would have seen 2 behemoth of a vehicle just roaming around. How did a team get rolled over by Chewy? That's beyond me.
I respect 17 for going for their attempt when they did, wiping out 3 members of Petrichor Road in exchange for their own lives, and maybe that's what saved us from having to watch 2 BRDMs rolling around in the late stages of the game and just being undefeatable. But GamDaSal will be the team that can send their thanks over to 17 Gaming for taking that risk earlier on, because they benefit the most. And they were fighting all the way through the game as well. They were going up against teams like AE, teams like T5 in the early phases of the game, just consistently coming out ahead of their engagements the entire way through. It was about halfway through the game they had 10, 12 kills, and it just kept on stacking from there.
I mean, GamDaSal was that team who's absolutely just going crazy this round, right? They did drive-bys after drive-bys, and the most crucial one happens when they were up against DNF right here at the riverbank. That kind of puts their progression, DNF, on halt, which allows them all the chance in the world to try and rake in further. And like you said, they're already surpassed the like of DNF, which isn't good news if you're DNF, because you started the day with the team that holds the highest potential, now just trailing behind after 4 games, and there's only 2 more left to play.
There is very little time left to stack up the points. Chewy just hopping out of the vehicle. Oh man, he did A lot of heavy lifting for Petrichor Road and a lot of heavy impact onto everyone else, just spamming people down. Oh, it's like, how do you even fight against that? Chewy just waits for Xiaobei to start putting bullets into the BRDM, hops out and hip fires, and eventually gets taken down as GDS get the final kill with a bit of a flank out maneuver and a Molotov to finally put an end to Petrichor Road and their reign of terror. Outdone, though, in terms of placement and frags. Between these two kills, between these two teams, that's 34 kills in this game. Between two teams, that's more than half the lobby. Insane stuff, and GamDaSal have pushed themselves up now, 23 points behind T1 at the top.
Oh, this is going to go down to the wire. To be honest, GamDaSal in that performance right there, respectable as it is, even if they don't make it to the #1 spot, they can still take over the 2nd spot, which is still, I guess, closer towards the finish line, unless you're one of those believers who say if you're not first, you're last. Then unfortunate to be you on that end. Yeah.
And the run continues for Korean domination. 6 of the top 7 teams out of Korea right now. Only FW Esports clutching on to 2nd place for now to put any sort of variation onto the top end of the standings. What an insane run it has been all throughout the finals for the Korean squads, but one in particular of T1 still holding on to their lead, and maybe new contenders looking to take that away from them. There's 2 games left to go to see if anyone is able to do that after a very quick break.
정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this static. She see the word respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They can draw the line.
And I'm out in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed.
16 games down and 2 left to go here at the PUBG Player Masters Asia 4. 2 games left for the teams from Group A and Group C to make their mark out here on the lobby. And oh boy, what a horrendously hideous mark. We've just seen a couple of the teams leaving with not only was there an 18 kill win, but there was also a massive amount of points gathered by Petrichor Road, one of the few teams who at the start of the day we looked at and said some of the teams just haven't really been living up to expectations. They found a way to do it. And what a joy, question mark, it has been to watch. I'm Saga, we've got Keith, and we've got 2 more games left to go to figure out, is anyone going to be able to dethrone T1? It looks a little bit unlikely, but now there's more than just DNF who are capable of doing so.
But first of all, I have to say, come on, Petrichor Road has always been under my radar. Like I said, they've been like the kryptonites to some of these big teams.
They sucked on day one. They sucked.
Okay, maybe
booty cheeks. But then they got 2 BRDMs, and suddenly they can actually win games.
Okay,
except they can't because GamDaSal did it better.
I will
It's
admit,
crazy stuff
I wasn't around day 1 to pretty much see what the performance are like. But day 2 onwards, come on, they were up there, right? They were stubbing the likes of Frame and stuff. But okay, spill milk. I get your point. I get your point. They're not top 5 right now, but right now we did see a shift in some of those teams. But yes, go on ahead. Tell them about the map.
Team Magic and DNF, their logos are on top of each other around Minas Generalis. Is DNF getting hot dropped right now? Because they could really do with that not happening, unless they win, in which case it's kind of fine. That's kind of how T1 was getting a lot of their points, just win hot drops. But DNF might have to try and do that right now in Minas Generalis, because they are going head-to-head directly with Team Magic. And there's another hot drop elsewhere as Breakers just bops Hisaki in the mouth. Takes care. But it's DNF against Team Magic. There's Nox being conceded around Minas Generalis. That's one of the teams that can chase down T1. Give us the DNF point of view, please. Por favor. There's one of them. Boom.
To be fair, if I'm being brutally honest, I mean, it's Team Magic, right? So far, I don't think that...
Ah, but they've got the opening knock. Who knows?
They did. Can they seal it off, though? We've seen how the first knock may not amount to anything if you don't get the final kill itself. Okay, fine. Now it's speaking volume. Hangzai gets the knock onto member of DNF. Now, if they die around here... bow out too soon, that's gonna hurt though, because especially look at that, Gumin gets knocked out. There's a blue chip tower here, so it's all to fight for, all to win, and you can still recover. But at this point, the numbers advantage is no longer on the side of DNF, so you just curse them to smithereens.
Oh, it's only Team Magic. It's only Team Magic. They've only got 14 points. Surely they couldn't take down the dominant DN Freecs. Heaven up in the tower as the last man standing takes one down. Panzer, that's mortars flying in from the east. That's not even panzers. They're not going to find him. They have lost all teammates. ODL still not flushed out just yet, but I mean, Team Magic is not even going to bother. They know exactly where their last member is for DN Freecs. And they're going to try and hunt him down, or at least surround him, make it difficult for him to leave. No real incentive for TM to give up on this either, because their position, they are in 24th. So it's not like they're in contention for picking themselves up first if they give up on this and just take the points. So they might as well stick here and just prank DNF out of existence.
Oh, so they're just grieving the lobby at this point.
Oh, look who's here. Look on the minimap. Who could that possibly be? Creeping forwards. Okay, well... DNF might have just got a way out in the form of Shen and probably a couple of SMGs and a VSS.
Well, I think 4 AM will have to inch a little bit closer, though. Otherwise, I don't think they're committing onto this. It needs to catch wind before for the rest of the members. So it's a scout. You got the one scout who sees them. I don't think they're going to hard commit unless the rest of the members lurking somewhere in the ether. Then that would be crazy. But Hangzai, again, just securing some of those knocks that they've already gotten. Points across the board. 3 now picked up on the side of TM. They pick up the last member too. So DNF, you were supposed to come out on top, but I guess in circumstances like this, it's really who gets a weapon first.
They're committing to that push. Shen could be a real problem for them. Takes down Huli as he was not revived. He was lurking around the back of the revive tower. Heaven gets 1. Hangzai was thinking about committing for the push, but he's too low HP. Heaven needs to get the reload off. Does do so. And now Bo's been stolen away as well. So TM have lost 2. Both of them knocked by Heaven and then immediately stolen away by Shen up on the high ground. That blue zone grenade could easily get a 3rd. He's low enough that a couple of ticks of damage would do the job. He's putting up a good fight, using this third-party opportunity to get...
4 AM though.
some way to at least find a way out. But yeah, it's not going to last long. He's not going to survive this. He can at least damage Team Magic for doing this.
Oh, it's not a good sight when you see 4 angry men just running straight at you. You know they're out for blood, and they're one of these teams, even with a numbers disadvantage, they'd rather die and go bow out into the lobby than actually run from a fight. So they're already hard committed here. Information passed from Shen. Now this surrounds the compound, and Team Magic almost instantly finds themselves a little bit overpowered here. Well, outnumbered, outgunned, only having 2 members to play with. And DNF, their final members, their final hopes and dreams lies in the top tower here. Perhaps, maybe if 4am wipes out TM and thinks or assume DNF has been already cleared on, maybe they leave and DNF picks up the tags from his allies to go in with the revive. It's a potential.
I reckon 4am will have been closely watching the kill feed. They should be aware that there is still one alive for DN Freecs, because I mean Shen was picking up the flushes, right, and he didn't get those knocks, so he knows that Heaven is still over here putting a fight in. He's found an angle onto Hangzai as well, so Shen just caught him out as he was just trying to hide away. Heaven could potentially steal that kill point away. It won't make a massive difference, but now it's 2 solos at 4am to try and clean them both up. Elsewhere, GamDaSal in a bit of a split, 2-1-1, and plus 8-2, creeping their way around. Getting a bit of a surround. Peng's going to be flashbanged, trying to hold the line. Flashed again. And again. And here comes the push.
Entry on the right, though. Ooh.
Oh!
Right there, but he gets it. First blood, actually, against 4am. So it's a 1v3 situation. He kind of tied that one a little bit. With DNF on the top side, maybe they can look to commensually or mutually in a parasitic relationship or commensually work together to take out the ultimate threat that's going to be 4am right now.
Well, Heaven did a whole lot of damage onto the 2 of 4am that could have potentially pushed. He's still doing damage. Look how much damage he's done. 600 damage in this fight. He's still putting shots down into 4am, making it difficult for them to commit to this push onto Peng. He still has a smoke and a flashbang that he's yet to use. So he could cut line of sight and then commit. But there it is. The flashbang finally gets him done. And 4 angry men get all 4 of the kill points onto Team Magic. But now Heaven has a little bit of work to try and do. Oh my god, the angle. Lands onto the head. A body shot onto Longs to follow up as well. And he's just got a 1 versus 2 to try and contend with for now. If he finds a way out of this, he's actually officially the GOAT. But surely not. Oh no. Well, Shen is creeping his way up the tower. This is difficult now for Heaven. If the third party comes in behind 4am and kills Shen right now, that would help.
Not unlikely. We've seen that time and time again.
Ranger,
there you go.
Ranger X on the map. Oh, T5. Oh, Lou gets bodied again through the doorway. Ranger X will have heard those shots. He's creeping over with the rest of T5 on rotation.
I guess if he buys enough time here, then
he's done nearly 1,000 damage. Oh Heaven. Oh, and T5, they're committed to this. Shen has to get down off the roof.
The T5s are in though. Shen, he was trying to creep in a little while, but I think they're all overstayed their welcome here. They have to wipe off DNF quick. But right now, it's just going to be a stalemate because, again, this TPP thing is advantageous for the one man just left behind, it seems. If Shen were to make a rush upwards, he's going to get shot down. Likewise, if 4am here, with the 2 members, they've not made a move for a fair bit of time, and now it's Flucky who sees the movement from Shen. Gets shot out from the far side here. Oh, Heaven peeks out, but unfortunately does not get the clip here. Understanding there's bullets flying left, right, center. A third party's in the area. Gets the Longs a little bit low, but not just down and out just yet. There we go. X-Crossit. He's there with mute.
There's another team. Who's this? FN coming in from the east. I don't know if they're going to commit to getting involved in this third party, but Zenith has pulled up. I saw them coming over the mountaintop to the north a little while ago. Flucky with a perfect angle onto Lou again. Oh, it's just Shen and Heaven sharing the building now, as Zenith has pulled up on this. Heaven could survive through all of this. He's gonna get... Oh, Shen's gonna die. Kill him, Flucky! Shoot him!
Gets the backpack. There was some blood splat from the backpack itself. He's been honking around meat, it seems. Oh, but right now, what's the logic? All the teams are rounding out this area. Was everyone trying to grief DNF? I don't know why. But it's drawing a whole lot of attention within the entire lobby. And now FN Esports even come in. They're like vultures. They circle the dead, it seems. And the circle, speaking about which, has been updated, drawn down to the south and western side. And 4 AM bows out before DNF.
The downside for Heaven, he's lacking heals. He's got 7 bandages left, and he's got to try and outlast all of these squads who've been looting for free, and they can just sit on the mountaintops and wait. But T5, I don't know. There's a chance they might just fall back to their vehicles and get out of here. And it looks like they're going to. They're not going to wait, stick around for too much longer. Are you kidding me?
Like I said, DNF can go in with the revive. It's only phase 2.
Are we actually serious right now?
Oh my lord, what are we watching? I love it. It's keeping us on the edge of our seats. FN Esports, oh well, they take out AL. I'm guessing in a rotation into circle. Yeah.
It was Zenith that was lurking on the outside. Like, how are they killing another team right now? Pero's getting bodied. It's 17 up against them in a rematch of the BRDM battle. And it's going to be Lil Ghost once again. First out of the equation for 17. But he's got a pretty good track history of getting revived. So maybe if Trick can land these long-range SLR taps, secure a flush, maybe get some more damage onto the tires of Pero at least. Hold them in place. More damage can fly through. I'm keeping a close eye on DNF in the leaderboard to see if those 3 missing players suddenly get filled back in again. If they manage to respawn after all of this, I swear to God, man, we just need to, I don't know, just restart all of Korea, because there's something's gone wrong if they can get away with this. He had like 1,000 damage and 1 kill in phase 1. Surrounded by that many teams, and he's still alive. He's going to get the revives, isn't he?
I think that's his only realistic play right now. To be honest, like, what is he going to do towards the late game or phase 2 while all the teams have rotated into circle? As a solo player, there's nothing much you can do. You have to play for the revive. And thank God it turned out the way it did. All the teams exited. For sure. If you don't capitalize on that situation, you're really missing out. So.
There's a reason that we call those buildings the unpushables, and Heaven showing exactly why. It was a one-man fortress. The rest of his squad got picked apart by Team Magic. Team Magic got picked apart 4 AM, and then 4 AM goes for the push. They get picked apart by T5, who are currently getting picked apart by 17, as maybe they should have just stuck around and made the push onto Heaven. Now they've made the move into the zone. 17 Gaming is waiting for them on the outskirts. 7-7 does not land the AWM tag. They might just land a follow-up onto XYZD, maybe. No, just about bounces his way into the zone. Phase 3 in action, in full effect.
Guess what
Going
you
down
say?
south.
There's always a bigger fish within the sea here. Where is DNF? I'd like to see where.
Yeah, Map Man, can you zoom out a little bit? Can we see what's going on in Minas Generalis, please? He hasn't died yet.
Yeah, he's still around, surely.
Curious.
Oh, there's a respawn copter. DNF, they're all back!
They're in! No way. No way. Surely they don't just die before they hit the ground again. Oh my.
I don't know.
If they win this game, like, this
Deserve
is so scripted. It's unbelievable.
If they win it,
Holy.
they deserve it, to be honest. They really held up all the trials and tribulations you could possibly throw upon a single team, and there they are. All back up. 4 members strong.
Look.
And they're landing Southside Circle, which is great. I don't see a team that was occupying that area earlier on. Free reign.
All praise, all glory to Heaven himself out there. 1,000 damage, holding off against 13 enemies. get the respawn and give his team a chance. They should not have been in with a shot at all. It should have been game over. We should have said, well done, T1, you've won the tournament right then and there. But somehow, he keeps them alive, keeps them with a chance to fight. Into phase 3 they will go, grabbing whatever weapons they can find. A shy away, finds an angle through the window onto Binek of Team Flash. Sandstorm is going to make it difficult for any of the rest of Team Flash to spot the reposition, whether it's through audio or visual cues. Well, he's got a Panzerfaust, so he doesn't really need that much information. Just get a vague idea of where they're coming from and click that mouse.
He doesn't need the info, but he can't go in blind, though. Those Flash doing absolute work. Blows himself up as well. Oh, that's probably the best outcome you could ever go when trying to verse against a Panzerfaust user here. So now he can go in with the pickup, and it's going to be all well and dandy. Meanwhile, T5, what seemed to be a good play just turned out real sour for them. Have to tank the blue. Losing to member 3 right now. 2 more can still be recovered. But they will have to tank the blue even further if they were to go in with that pickup. I'm not sure if Ranger X can tank it through, though. Oh, you will.
Hey, just about gets the heal off. Helmet gone, though. And they've got a bit of a move to have to make to get into the zone. Phase 4 is about to hit as well, so XYZD needs to get the heal off quickly before that boost of blue zone damage arrives. And they've got a decent distance to have to travel to get into the zone as well. DL is swimming over the river right now. Salute is on foot. I have no idea where Heaven is to try and get back in with the squad, if he even can. And Lil Ghosty is back in action, so they did get the revive as well. His legacy continues.
I guess you could say DNF got 1 kill and lost no members. That's an okay of a trade.
Jeez. Outrageous. Actually, insane that that is the reality that we live in right now. But man, he was looking down on them from above. Something, some kind of divine intervention, some higher power favored them for sure. A bit of swimming left to the zone. Team Flash dodging out on mortars, and Hung Vodich, Binek already starting to push forwards. No pre-nades coming through from Baegopa. They're going to answer back with grenade. He has so many that they can actually maybe look to find some opening knocks onto Baegopa. Information's not really there just yet. Binek has gone down though, and that's a big problem.
I was just about to say, it's quite of a risky position to try and take that fight. But I guess they have to try to push onto the compound itself. They're circling the likes of Baegopa. But they get 1. That's a good start. But they're taking shots from elsewhere as well. So Team Flash will have to be extra cautious in trying to take this engagement. Baegopa's under the cover of smokes, but they do have flank side coverage from the top end. Hung Vodich spots 1 out. There's 1 more on his right. I'm not sure if he sees that, and he doesn't. Gets knocked out in that process. Long X. He is aware of it now, but is it a little too late? As Baegopa now only has Xiongjiang and Akan. He's playing this area. Xiongjiang cover smokes again. He's done decent amount to cripple the advancement of Team Flash. But Team Flash, do they look to stay around and clean up the job, or do they find their way out of this?
What is this now from DBH? Sending Mao Rush and Xiao Feng in on the southern side of this engagement to try and find third-party shots, but Team Flash was ready. Tidoi and Longex combined to take down Mao Rush. Baegopa as well. They've got now the position to hold out both of these teams, who have to shuffle a little bit further forwards to get into the zone. Flashbang doesn't quite land as cleanly as it needed to, but it's enough for Songjang to get the drop on Tidoi milliseconds before Longex finds a trade. Khan just holding down that frag grenade, drops it in the smoke, and Xiao Feng goes down. Songjang will be dying off to the blue zone, but kind of can't catch out Longex. He spotted him on the triangle. Nicely placed grenade. Should be game over. It is.
Oh.
Good night, Team Flash. DNF have conceded a knock, though. Who's that? Surely not Heaven.
That could be him. But no, he's got teammates nearby, so I think they've finally rendezvous sometime down in south. So good for them. Because I do see a bit. I do see 3. I do see a H within the marker.
I think it was Salute that died off coming over the bridge after it got picked off. He was on foot coming over the bridge. So Heaven's in, but oh man, they've got to climb this hill on foot with a BRDM behind them. That's rough. But they've got 2 kills, so I mean that's 2 more than they should have for sure.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle though right now. Although they survived towards this late into the game, which is already remarkable, seeing as though they were in the death sentence. They tried against death, but right now getting picked off from the far side. Petrichor Road plays gatekeeper against NanMou, against DNF. And that's going to be quite literally, again, an uphill battle. Yeah. How do you play this one out?
Yeah, it's really tough. It's tough enough to play this kind of low ground position, have to make your move up here in FPP, let alone TPP, where they can peek over without really exposing themselves. It's also tough to drive a BRDM up this hill. It doesn't have the greatest of acceleration, but Starlord will at the very least be able to get up, if slowly, without being at risk of getting picked off. No, Heaven gone down. GamDaSal, take him out. The unkillable man finally dealt with. And DNF down to a solo once again, but this time no chance really of any heroics from DL. But it's just Eagle Owl Go Road holding the high ground and forcing everyone below them to fight between themselves.
Or run and get exposed out in the open, get shot down as well. Look at that, Baegopa. Like, what do you actually do? There's not much of a coverage you could, or foliage you could play around with. You start making a sprint on forward, gets shot down, and Baegopa just like that eliminated. GDS picked them right off clean, and Petrichor Road just continuing on that trend as well, holding the high hills on their high horses, you might say. T5 spots up EOS on the top side, guns them down. DN Freecs eliminated 9th place, so despite the revive, they didn't really do too much this round.
That's rough. That's really rough for DN Freecs, but it's 2 more points than they should have had. They should not have even been in a position to get up to the 69 points that they currently have. It was just a nice plays from Heaven that kept them in it for so long. What a heroic attempt. Unfortunately, not going to be enough. I thought T5 was doomed earlier on as well, but they make it into the top 8. 2 solos, a couple of duos as well, as Petrichor Road and Eagle Owls have done their difficult job of holding everyone out below them. Now Starlord rocking around in that BRDM. Just needs to keep it as healthy as possible, but that's going to be difficult as he goes over from Petrichor Road in towards 17 Gaming. Might even be an M249 firing off shots on that side. There is. And he has no real chance. He does get a drop onto Ming, though. And with that AWM on the back line and the M249 just to be able to hold down suppressive fire, maybe 17 can look to push on this. It's 2 versus 2 if they commit to this push right now on this side of the zone.
I'm not sure they can get a vision on them to have the confidence to try and push, but they will continue to hold, though, because Petrichor Road, now they're extended far out into the circle, or at least with the new circle updates here. Nan now has to fend off against some of these teams from NanMou. They're not done just yet, but with members already on the far side, they can look to help and backstab some of NanMou who's trying to scale the tall hills, the tall rocks at the very least, and Nan styling upon them, but unfortunately gets knocked out in that process. Who would have thought that you would lose the uphill battle here? With all the advantage coming from the top side, Eagle Owls now takes over the perch position in which Petrichor Road previously owned.
Eagle Owls, they're swinging their way through. Chelsea has been putting up a big fight up against Petrichor, but too much to deal with as Eagle Owls swoop their way over this position. Aihu does get him down, but he's immediately traded by Petrichor Road. He's immediately traded by Eagle Owls, and 7-7 immediately trades him as well. He just can't get a knock for free in this lobby at all. There's always going to be someone there to trade it. He has to just pick up his boy and jog his way back into the zone, leaving the vehicles behind to be claimed by the blue zone. And Ming Ming revived for like the 4th time in rapid succession as Petrichor Road will continue to shuffle their way on forwards. Instantly re-knocked again by 7-7. Man's just going to wait for the opportunity to try and find a peek as last man standing for GamDaSal pops up onto the rooftop, and this time Petrichor Road's Ming Ming will be taken out for good. Into the top 4 we go. A placement point for GamDaSal. Left hops out. He's in the smoke and immediately kaboomed by a man with a Panzerfaust waiting for him.
Eliminated. They did get 4 kills, so not too bad for GamDaSal. But look at that. EOS now back up onto the top 2 position for the leaderboards here. In contention for the top spot. Surely that's a little bit of a far-fetched ask, seeing as though 97 is the mark. And right now EOS just now inching closer to overtake GDS as the more viable goal here. Taking a look at the lay of the land, Alter Ego has got some sort of a compound to play with, but they'll have to exit that real soon. They have a decline or a recline of the hill to try and use as cover, but really, you're not going to get too good of an angle playing from the lower grounds here. EOS, they have the upper advantage with the numbers and also the map control playing on a high hills, but that can easily be circumvented if they don't get their angles in check, especially with 17 Gaming just lurking around the corners.
Yeah, it's a nice ball that Eagle Owls are able to move down in towards, but it is exactly on top of 17 Gaming, just on the other side. Gives Alter Ego a lot of space to maneuver around and look for angles. You say they've got that sort of decline or incline on the far side of the mountain that gives them a little bit of cover, but it's not the best from high ground. But Eagle Owls have had to come down from their highest point as the blue zone has shuffled them a little bit closer in towards Lil Ghost and that M249. 7-7 with the AWM has been landing some pretty crucial shots as well. There's a Lynx in play for Trick. Another airdrop crate presenting itself towards AE, temptingly. But it is in a slightly exposed position. Coldman's got eyes on that from where he's currently holding down. We might have to wait for a first engagement to be unleashed. One prospective grenade, not going to find its target.
It's a Mexican standoff. It doesn't go well for the first team to engage into this situation. Right now, that might be a Lil Ghost. I mean, if anyone's going to do it, it's the man who dies and respawns countless of times. So he's not worried about getting sent back into the lobby. He could just make them push uphill. Because if they don't do that, the alternative is Alter Ego might look to push onto them. So, it's what's the lesser evil of these situations here. That's the real name of the game. The moment 17 starts altercation with Alter Ego, EOS will have all the info in the world to pretty much position themselves as a third-party aggressor. And you wouldn't want that, especially with EOS still having 4 members strong.
It looks like, as we're pushing forwards, Alter Ego into Phase 8 has a little bit better control of the zone. They're going to be sweeping around the western side as a trio, making sure that any of these little ridges that they step over does not have anyone lurking behind. As the push will come through, 17 finally revealing their position, putting some shots forward, and they're just instantly wiped out by Eagle Owls. They got some damage done onto Kim Jun, took the helmet off, but the trades from Taemin were there so rapidly. And now it looks like Eagle Owls in their position, hoping for the best. But Alter Ego sending man back to the backline, preparing for the worst. As they've just got a whole lot of angles that they now have to deal with. Eagle Owls take full control of the south side of the zone and all the high ground ridges that affords them.
Yeah, you need Man to come in from the far side, gives you a wider perspective on the play area here in the battlefield in case members from EOS were to make some sort of a flank maneuver. At least Man can catch it out before things gets worse. But right now, Simoy and another will have to front this entire force 2 members thin. They do have some sort of covers to play behind with, especially with the drop of the triangles. Simoy fires the first clip, So that's going to confirm his position here. Instantly, utility starts going up, but Seymour gets a perfect nade, evens it out. 3v3 situation, and now that game book, that playbook is equally matched. It's who makes the first mistakes at this point, but winnable on both chances.
Yeah, evened up the numbers. Kim Jun, helmet or not, doesn't really help you against grenades. There is still 4 shots available for that Lynx. Could easily find another opening for Alter Ego to get the advantage towards their second chicken dinner of the day. Gimjun has been confirmed. Nobody from Eagle Owls could get in range to get her hand on that revive. A good grenade as well, well placed, gets a good chunk of damage onto Coldman. And Seymour's going to follow it up with a second as well. Beautifully placed from Trick. Takes down Ihu. Coldman was under some pressure. Needs to get a heal off in that smoke, but Trick is just gunning it forwards. Oh, spotted the footsteps maybe. Has to drop back down. Sends out a flashbang or another grenade just to buy himself a little bit of space. Be able to secure the flush, prevent Ihu from feeding information over. He has to dip back down to get with the rest of the squad. But first, suppressing fire over the top because the position of Taemin could have had an angle towards it, but nicely done from Alter Ego to find 2 openings, but Trick can't get back to the squad before the blue zone takes him down.
It's now down to the 2v2. Right there, I understand why they went for the push. They understand that one member from EOS is shooting for the far side, so they could overwhelm him, but right there, takes down the cover fire. Now they can look to go in with the aggro. Just gotta heal up, run in as 2, but have to be careful because that tree line could be just what he needs to dance around. Remember, this is a TPP, which means he's gonna get info from you, even just staying behind the walls here off that shed. They're gonna play it smart towards the end here. Coldman carrying his team's hopes and dreams across his shoulders. 11 kills already for EOS. Can look to get the second one here. Oh, sprays on fire, but surely swinging in as 2 would confirm the chicken dinner onto the side of Alter Ego.
It almost looked pretty bad for Alter Ego for a minute there. They had the folded shield up that was giving them some cover, but the blue zone was pushing in. They had no more utility. They couldn't cut line of sight, but they got a little bit lucky on the timing as Coldman was maybe considering a flank coming from the far side. He stopped holding the angle just long enough that they could just make that push over to the shack and just swarm with a double peek. He gets the 1 knock, but not the second. And there is big RDK boss, Mr. Orcarin himself, handing out the high fives as Alter Ego claimed their second chicken dinner of the day. This is a team that, I mean, you were kind of calling them out the whole way through their first day. It's like, as the only team representing for Southeast Asia, we want to see more. This time around, we get 2 wins on the day for them. Lovely, lovely stuff. But my game MVP is still DNF Heaven, because what in the hell was that from him at the start of that game? How was he alive? How does he have 1,000 damage in phase 1? How does he get the revives? Absolutely wild stuff from him. And it should not have happened. Team Magic should have just had the win on the hot drops, but Shen showed up at the right time to give Heaven a chance, and he took it with both hands and ran with it for sure.
Yeah, Shen showed up, but then also T5, and then 17 Gaming, just the majority of the phase 2 takes place over in Minas Generalis. In fact, it was more phase 1 than phase 2 itself, but thankfully, you know what they say about the universal truth, you can't cheat death, eventually it finds you, and DNF gets shot down here by Petrichor Road, who's been gatekeeping a lot of teams trying to enter from this eastern south side of the circle itself. It's a tough hill to climb and a tough pill to swallow. We see so many teams just go down trying to push uphill here. FN Esports to be one of them, and NanMou to follow on with, and eventually that's where they trimmed a lot of these teams down into the last 2 teams that were battling it out, and it was even to the bone, especially with that good nade intro and more nades at that. Luckily though, with that opening, shooting Taemin in the backside, that creates that opportunity for AE to swing in as doubles.
It was nicely done from Alter Ego to find those 2 opening knocks to even the score a little bit. Trick getting aggressive and pushing up and even sacrificing himself to the blue zone to do so, but gets out of there with the victory for Alter Ego. But Eagle Owls takes the victory in terms of points gained, 14 overall with their 11 kills. And with 1 game left to go, It is just under 20 points for GamDaSal now as the prime real estate team to close that gap onto T1. It's a long way to go. 18 points is difficult, but they just had a 23-point game. If they could somehow do what they did on Taego again, they could overtake T1, and we could have a shock victor for the entire event. It's tough. It's real difficult, real unlikely, but it's still possible.
Hoping on that possibility, even if it's a fraction of a percentile itself, it's still there. Yeah, you're right? Because if anyone, they did the 23 bombers, and they just need 20 points. However, that 23 points is also unprecedented with this format. Remember, you're only getting 5 points in placement if you were to walk away with a chicken dinner. The rest will have to come in terms of kill. Sure, there's possibility. The plausibility is a bit lacking there, but we're gonna hope on the start for that one to pan out, because DNF, they did the unthinkable, and so maybe on this side it's GamDaSal's turn.
Yeah, we said it's pretty unplausible for Heaven to be able to get the revives for the rest of the squad, but he did, with a little bit of assistance from Shen, and then killed Shen and the rest of the team, with a little bit of assistance from T5, and then they just decided to go do something else, which was very kind of them to give DNF a chance, which again didn't really come to anything because they respawned on the south side, they got gate kept, they were one of several teams that just couldn't really get up that mountain on foot, with Petrichor Road and Eagle Owls just holding the line. And Eagle Owls holding that ground as long as they could, getting all of those points together. They've put themselves in a really solid position as well. A little bit further behind the likes of GamDaSal. It would probably be another sort of 5-6 points maybe needed, and it's already pretty unlikely. But they could definitely push themselves up for a top 2. I mean, FW was probably like 15 points or so behind T1 by the end of their second set of games at the end of day number 2, so definitely a real possibility that a team could rock up and steal away second place at minimum, and there's a few teams who that still applies to, and the vast majority of them are all Korean, and it's just been a consistent theme throughout the tournament that the Korean teams just really thriving in TPP.
But you also have to factor in one thing, right? Same thing as it was yesterday. In this final game, all macros are out the window. Teams are looking to crash a compound and over and over again, and this next team, or GamDaSal, the one who holds the torch to take over T1, will have to be able to weather the storm if they want that 20 points going on their way.
Jeez, yeah, which house is it going to be that has 34 bodies in it this time? It's and how are they going to get the kill points that they need unless they're in that house and winning the fights consistently? Or are people actually going to use more than 4 brain cells to play a game 6 for once? We'll find out in short order, but yeah, if game 6 was anything to go by yesterday, it was so perverse gameplay, honestly. It was the kind of things that is not allowed. Like, you can't tell your grandparents about that game because they would think that you're some kind of degenerate, and they're probably right. If you enjoyed that game, you enjoy violence, and we kind of do, but at the same time we also like nice, clean, controlled gameplay, but we have absolutely none of that in yesterday's game 6. That's kind of what we need to see from some of these teams, but at the same time, teams like GamDaSal, when they got that big victory that they had on Taego, it wasn't really from control. It was going chaotic. It was drive-by, sending it at people with MP5s. Like, if that's what gets them the kills, and similarly, that's the kind of stuff that T1 was doing, that was getting them all of their kill points, that put them in first place in the first place. So maybe they do need to get a little bit chaotic. It's so hard to really say what the correct call is. But the fact that there is even a possibility that T1 could get dethroned, and it's not by DNF, who was really the only team that we thought could do it at the start of today, means this game 6 is at least going to be exciting for the first 8 minutes or so, and unless GamDaSal dies earlier than that, in which case T1 wins.
In which case, maybe it opens up for EOS. I don't know. They're in second right now, so maybe that's far side. But I do want to say again, yeah, you're absolutely right with that one. GamDaSal, they love violence, and I think they should adapt that gameplay in which got them to 23 points. Why? It was a low-risk play, considering when they did the drive-by, they were pretty much picking off one member after another, right? All members have gotten they're 2 and 2 in their own respective cars itself. They weren't actually under fire for too bad, based on what I saw. And they're most of the time they're third partying anyway. So that's a great way to get points across the board in a low risk fashion. It sure beats the sure aggression of like 4 AM just running straight at you, because that one I would say maybe GamDaSal just toned off with that aggression itself, because 4 AM's gameplay is a bit reckless, right? They're the only teams by far I've seen that opt for bicycles in a map like Miramar. So 4 AM maybe not to that point of aggression, but I want to see that the GamDaSal aggression where they're just picking off via drive-bys itself.
Yeah, well, as we head into the final game, there is 6 teams who have got more than 25 kill points throughout the day. One of them being Alter Ego, who's also got themselves 2 wins on the day. GamDaSal has 33 kills today, the highest fraggers so far. Maybe a slightly surprising second place fragging team, Baegopa. They have just been getting a lot of kills throughout the day. We've not really seen them too much in the late stages of the game, and some of their kills are happening at the same time as 4 other fights, so we haven't really seen it all too much. But the others being Eagle Owls and Petrichor Road, both on 28 apiece, and 4 Angry Men, a similar situation for them, where they're getting a lot of kills, not making it to the late game, but it's kind of fine. But if you are one of those teams that's looking to chase down onto those first place positions, it has to be the kills and getting to at least top 2. You've got to get the placement points as well if they want a chance to catch up to T1. One more game to give it a shot. Give it your all. Call in as many BRDMs as you can, because that worked for Petrichor Road earlier on. And just see whether or not you can get it over the line, because what a story it would be for a team like GamDaSal to come in, get the wins in a lot of the players' tours all the way through, and come out here, take the fight to some of the best in the world.
To be fair, BRDM nearly worked out for FN Esports as well. They survived as long as they did because they only had one member who was in that tank for the time being. And so, well, I'd like to see that happen again. I think at this point, be shameless about it. It's the last game. Take whatever advantage you can get. If you so decide to crash onto some of these teams in a hot drop, if it benefits your cause, do it. Like, what's the worst thing that could happen? People hate you for it, but at the same time you realize, hey, I did the best. I left everything on the table. I'm walking away, no regrets in life.
Oh, man, sometimes you just gotta sort of look at the opportunities that are presented in front of you. This might be the only chance that if you are one of the players or one of the teams that comes up through the like players tours and the Players Cup, the open format, this might be the only chance that you have to ever get to a LAN event for PUBG to compete at this stage. And $200,000 on the line at the event coming up shortly after PGC, just before Christmas in December. If they get the opportunity to go, that would be crazy, especially for a team like GamDaSal, where it would be on home turf in Korea as well. They could get the whole family to come along and watch. That would be awesome. But it would be equally awesome for any of the other teams to qualify. A team like T1, who's had their ups and downs throughout the year, they get their opportunity. Maybe they go to PGC and then straight back home into another tournament, back into preparation mode. There might be some fatigue left over from the teams that have been competing at PGC for 3 weeks before this. There's a whole lot that could be potential roadblocks, or it could be like points of benefit for those teams coming into the LAN event when all said and done. But we're not going to find out exactly who it is, who will be competing there, until not only the end of this next game of Player Masters Asia, but also about 12 hours later when we finish the Player Masters West, and we'll find out who's going to be representing from EMEA Americas as well. And I suspect BB team might be on the list.
Oh yeah, it's a possibility. I don't know where I could derive the statistics and possibility from. Definitely not the back-to-back 5 chicken dinners that they've had. Unprecedented at that. So we're definitely going to see them there. But I think for some of these teams, on a personal level, I do think it would benefit the teams that are not from Korea even more, because that's, look at that this way. you want to check all the things in the boxes. And if you're a team who's not from the Korea region, to qualify onto the later stage, the LAN event in Korea, not only that you're at the running for that $200,000, it's also a potential travel holiday for you, right? So it's always nice to explore new places, new culture. You yourself, you're not back at home. You're in a different land with people who speaks different tongues than you. So you probably relate to some of the exposure that people seek for. Yeah,
for sure. And that's like the culmination of a global point of passion for all of these players, everyone in the chat who's watching. We all, no matter where you're from, we all love watching this game, and we all get the chance to do that together, yay, at PUBG United 2025 in Bangkok. It's about a 40-minute drive from where I currently live, because I'm on the outskirts of Bangkok. It's pretty far, actually. It's expensive as well. I got to take the highways and get the toll roads and all of that stuff. But if you want to watch PUBG on PC and PUBG Mobile at two of the most premier central malls in Bangkok, it's gonna be an awesome event. If you get the opportunity to show up, you absolutely should take that. And it's going to be really cool. There's going to be some of the teams competing in this tournament as well. Some of those teams are then going to move on from PGC at PUBG United directly over to Korea to then compete in Players Masters 5. It's going to be a hectic way to end out the year, and the first time collaboration between PUBG and PUBG Mobile. I'm not going to lie, I went to PMGC when it was in London last year, after I came back from traveling for PGS 5, it was at the end of last year, that was in Bangkok. Came back, traveled, and went over to London to watch PMGC, and the event there that they had was actually insane. Like the stage setup, all of the like fan activities. They had Hafthor Björnsson at the event. The guy who plays the Mountain on Game of Thrones, the Icelandic world's strongest man, he was there. He was at that event. So who knows what kind of crazy stuff they've got planned for PUBG United. If you get the chance, do not miss out for sure. But these players now have one more chance to decide whether or not they will miss out on getting to go to the Players Masters Asia 5 in Seoul a couple of weeks after PGC on December the 19th. And T1 right now is in the driver's seat, and it looks like they're pretty secure, but there is small weaknesses, and that comes in the form of one orange with a tendency for violence, especially with MP5s. So if GamDaSal can get it done, if Eagle Owls can find a way, if DN Freecs could do something really DN freaky and get like a 25 kill win somehow, who knows? Like, it could still technically happen. Probably. I
guess you could call them the annoying orange at this point, because they're gonna be sticking guns right at you. But also, circling back to like PUBG United, right? I guess the icing or the cherry on top that you fail to announce is you get to meet Sega there too. He lives within the area. What? So, whoa, ain't that gosh. A treat? Ain't that a treat for the chat right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, that event is not happening in the Thai school holidays, which means I can't be there on weekdays because I've got 90 kids to go and teach English to or whatever. But on weekends, for sure, I'm going to show up every opportunity that I can to that event. It's going to be really cool. And I think that's kind of the thing that it is the passion of all of these players from everywhere in the world. Sometimes you don't speak the same language, and it's difficult to communicate apart from the one thing all these players love to do is teach each other the curse words in their common languages. I guarantee if you've been to a PUBG LAN event as a player, you know how to say things about people's mom in at least 10 different languages, and you'll be yelling it at the top of your lungs every single game. Happens all the time. But it's just the fact that you get to go out there, you get to meet all of these people, and being from different parts of the world, all different walks of life, all different backgrounds, but you all have the same kind of passion, the same thing that you really love. Just this one video game, I think PUBG United is actually like the perfect name for it, despite the fact that it's, you know, PUBG PC and PUBG Mobile. But it does bring people together from all different parts of the world. I've got a whole lot of friends from all different continents that I talk to a lot, and fond memories of all those kinds of events, and you could definitely build those too if you get the chance to head out to those events. Make sure you make the most out of it. Talk to the players if you get the chance. We're always happy to talk to fans, and yeah, just everything at these events is always awesome, especially if you get the chance to qualify as a player. And there's still a couple of chances left. One more game number 6. As you may have guessed, we did have a remake. We had one earlier on today as well. These guys just a little bit too antsy to get in. Someone's kicking power supply cables or something and unplugging PCs. So we're almost there to get in for our final match of the final stage of Players Masters Asia 4.
We do have time though, so I'd like to pick your brain on something. 2 things though. What are the possibilities of you running like a school trip onto the PUBG United? I think that'd be a great idea to get exposure on the industry.
Yeah. So, all right, podcast time. So I've been doing English teaching. We did a unit that was all about what do you want to be when you're older, and I have 3 classes, 30 kids each, so 90 kids total, and I had about 70 of them write down, I want to be a pro gamer. Most of them, the second sentence was, because I love to play Roblox, I said, no, that's not going to work. That's not what pro gaming is. So I told them your homework for today is to watch this tournament, so you actually get to learn a little bit about pro gaming. But that's definitely an option. And hey, get them started off early. Why not? I mean, out here in APAC, we have players coming up that are young players coming up through the academy leagues. I mean, Long X has been doing really well for Team Flash. He was a player who spent a few years coming up through the Cerberus Academy before trying out for their roster under a slightly different name. Ended up not making the cut and then went over to Buffalo Esports. Instantly became a Vietnam Series champion. You have the likes of Huang F, who came up through the Expendables Academy, and now he's leading TDT to international appearances left and right. The academy scene is massive out here in APAC, and we've got a whole lot of talent, but finally we get into the game and we get to see some of the talent from all around Asia come to a head for the final time out here on Erangel, the last game of the Players Masters Asia 4. Thank you for sticking with us throughout our little yap session as the lobby restart came back through. But it's over now, and it is time for one last chance for any of these teams to try and catch up to T1's dominant margin of just under 100 points.
97 is the points to beat if you want to rise above the rest here. T1 did do it with 4 chicken dinners, so that's also going to be in consideration should those tie breaker be triggered somehow. So it's not just the points, you'll also have to surpass them instead of just matching them to the teeth. Right now we're down to our last map of the day in a final Erangel with a flight path that cuts fairly even, but the circle, again, reflecting to the first map we have today. Center put it, we have Milta, the area of Milta, Lipovka, and the likes of.
We're getting a lot of similar areas, similar zones, aren't we? Out east again. You saw one game earlier on, that was where Alter Ego picked up their first victory of the day. Just about coming off the back of a second, although it feels a little bit longer ago than just one game prior. It has been about 35 minutes since they finished that game. Never mind. Into the final game we go. And it's going to be out to the east. GamDaSal, that team, in third place right now. 4 points behind FW. 18 points behind T1 in total. And in with a chance of making absolute history out here for Players Masters Asia 4 if they could somehow find a way to get a big kill chicken dinner, dethrone T1. But what a run it's been for all of Korea, all the way throughout the tournament. They've just been consistently dominating towards the top. Good stuff from FW Esports. Got to give them their credit as well as a team that we haven't seen competing today, but still coming down to the final game, still with a hold on second place. And they could very well end up in second place if GDS go out early, if Eagle Owls do not manage to pick up 10 or more points. FW could still end up as a second place team. But right now, all eyes are on the teams that can overtake them and whether or not they'll have a chance to do it in this final game.
I think GDS, they have to play out of their minds here. You cannot afford to make mistakes. The competition is on 2 planes right now. Not just for the number 1 spot, but also on a personal level. You're up against T1. You're both from Korea. T1 is such an established brand and you are an orange. You want to be able to have that bragging rights at the end of the day, and that's going to pave your way to so many opportunities. Maybe GDS gets a rebrand, looks like a better looking orange per se, something in 3D. I don't know what that might be, but it's all for them to earn and all for them to win here when they're up against giants such as T1 itself. Meanwhile, taking a look at 4 a.m. already has got eyes on Team Magic here. Oh, gets knocked out. An easy one, unsuspecting victim, always great for the pickoff here. Huli goes down, and that's first blood drawn.
Sometimes you can kind of watch what a player's doing, and you could, even if the UI was disabled and it didn't have team names, you can probably tell who the player is. And watching a player creep forward a few hundred meters away from the rest of his squad to get a catch on an unsuspecting victim, and the whole time he's spamming the button to switch his weapon from auto into single fire. I'm like, that is the most Shen thing you could possibly imagine. This kid cannot go 4 seconds without pressing a button. It's usually W, but then he's constantly switching into single fire. He's lucky that he remembers to switch it back all the time. Team Flash, though, with the first team elimination. Gone in a flash. We've done that and used that one a few times, but it applies once again here as NMU, our first time competitors out of China. Unfortunately for them, not going to be making much of an impact in the final game as they eliminated in under 5 minutes by Team Flash. They're going to be able to grab the revive as well.
I reckon that they're potentially just throwing that one home at a thought, though, because 17 Gaming up against Petrichor Road, that we've seen time and time again. These are teams that do not run from a fight, and instantly you see the U-turn maneuvers are there, trying to go in with the drive-by against them. Oh, but it's Petrichor Road that has one member falling far below optimal level of health. Has to drive out of there. Maybe we'll get them next time, boys.
I think kind of chatting amongst themselves, like, how much did you hit that guy? Like, is he lower than us? Oh, okay, let's chase them. But no, just giving up the position for now. And Petrichor Road will continue back up on the hill as 17. He almost came under a little bit more pressure as Team Push 8-2 rocked up on the far side. Rex, oh no, Songjang is refueling the vehicle right in front of him, but Rex doesn't want to take the peek. He's got the freest kill right now. Oh, he's going to get another one as another one pops up to refuel the vehicle. Oh, no. This is criminal.
Uh-oh. Getsu? Maybe? No. Gets traded out before he could finish the job. Unfortunate. That opportunity was right there. It just didn't line up in time. Meanwhile, Zenith around the bridge side will get a kill onto a member of Baegopa at the very least. So they've lost one. But I think with that crippling, they were able to cripple the members within the gas station. Do they look to pursue it though further?
Yeah, they're grabbing the revive in the gas station. It's going to take a while for them to get back to full health, but really good reactions from Akan to hop out of the vehicle. Might have had to cancel the refueling as well. PO's tire has been popped. That's another casualty of this little engagement. Gonna look to try and chase down towards him as Akan, just trying to put some pressure down to prevent them from getting any closer. But that could have been an absolute disaster for Baegopa. Rex had the lineup on the two of them, but going into TPP spray as just sprinting on through the door went the first one. Just wasn't able to land the shots on the second as Akan hops out of the vehicle. Oh, and Pio getting flanked by Zenith just sits him down completely. Panzerfaust doesn't connect either. You can still pick this up.
Well, there were too many structures right there, structural beams in place to serve as cover. That Panzerfaust a little far too wide to try and poke through. But members of FN, Zenith right there, lost handling on his vehicle. It actually caused him, because he was staggered for the time being after that spin. It was a straight shot into picking him off. And now FN, what seemed to be a great introduction right now, up against Baegopa, who also has 3 members. So FN instantly outnumbered, outgunned, and now more dropping like flies. Only one member who's split too far apart to try and seal the deal here. Surely it's as good as gone.
all this fell apart. Because, I don't know, maybe Rex just held his nerve a little bit too long. Maybe should have just taken the opportunity for the first free kill when he had the chance. Just that trigger discipline, patience. Waiting for a second to try and line it up, but just couldn't connect to the shots quickly enough. I can't. Just nice reactions, keeping Baegopa in it. And they should be able to get the revive onto Park Pro as well. And FN looks like a pretty strong position for them. They completely had the drop on Baegopa. It's Baegopa who's got the 3 kill points out of it. FN continuing on as a solo for now. DN Freecs with a solid position. They're on Heaven, with Heaven still alive. And if game 1 is anything to go by, having 2 Heavens on your team, like, how could you possibly lose?
But DNF right now, based on how they're playing the game, which I don't blame them, right? You don't want to go out too soon, as it's the final run. But you know how mentality is usually broken if you have one bad game before the last? Now you're going to be all super passive, not taking risks and chances, and that could be a great idea, but also look at the format of the game. It's incentivized for you to get kills, and the moment you're not doing that, you're going to be the ones in the losing end towards the late if you don't pick up those third parties.
Always got to be proactive, especially when we get into a situation like this. Game 6. If you're going to want to have a chance, you got to get all of those points. You got to stack them all up the whole way through. I'm actually... I don't know. This Game 6 is not as Game 6-y as yesterday's Game 6, but we are now shifting back into an area where the vast majority enter of the zone is wide open field, so maybe it's about to get a whole lot Game 6-ier, as everyone's probably just going to try and find somewhere to breach, and DNF, their position on Heaven, or Sky Garden as they call it in Korea. Maybe that's prime real estate for some breaching. So who knows, they might have some defensive duties to do. Those kills that they need to try and catch up onto the top 2 positions, they might just drive themselves into their compound for free.
Yeah, that might just happen, especially with the new circle update. Teams are gonna, who's made the travels all the way down east, now is gonna make the travel back on west, and that's gonna cause them to have an inevitable altercations to at least drive by the compound, check it out, maybe, even if they don't trade fires. Unless one can hold them back, and that person has to be Lil Ghost, who again just has to be the member that always gets taken down out, and OO to follow on with 7. X-Bay and Wood will now be a little far too apart to try and come in with the cover. So they will have to pretty much cut the losses here, count them as collateral, and play on the rest of the game with only 2 members.
We have to kind of give at least the benefit of the doubt. We as observers, as spectators, we get to see basically what happens to every single team in the lobby. So when we say, if you're taking a 2-2 split, 4AM is just going to rock up and dominate you. Maybe all of the other teams don't quite have that much information, but it's exactly what happens. 17 Gaming in a 2-2 split, and then the nice little position from a NanMou to creep up the broken wall, find an angle to land a double headshot onto Xiao Bei. And Xiaowu, he's going to have to scramble to grab that revive. He does still have the Panzerfaust if 4AM are mounting up in their vehicle. I'm watching them in the background again. Wright just blew himself up with a petrol station. That's not what you want from the team that needs a 20 kill win to compete for first place. What? What do you mean?
What's all this handicap coming in from? And they were only like 3 points away from taking over second place itself. At least bypass that before that sort of mishaps take place. You gotta lock in.
Okay. Alright, well, okay, sure. Interesting. Alter Ego, now with another fight to have to try and take. Simoy is lurking on an off angle from where the rest of the squad is making noise driving around in the vehicles. Chibarit is low HP, needs to get a heal if he can, but TM was swarming that area. And is it Bo crept up the hill behind them. That could be a problem. And Trick has been spotted out, so Peng, if he puts a marker down, Bo could get into a position to get some shots into the back of Alter Ego. Now that those shots have rung out, Alter Ego might just completely just bail out from this area.
They don't seem to have the footing or the know-how on where the members of Team Magic is. So they're just spraying. This is like guerrilla warfare at this point. Just popping out with the ghillie suit under the cover and gaze of these grasslands. Hang Zai gets one member. That's Chiburit too. A key member from Alter Ego's firepower deleted and now Trick to join along with Team Magic pulling rabbits out of the hats. This is something they did not expect here, Alter Ego. You could call it a sleight of fist, but right now, they're the ones who's doing the work. And now Pero under the scopes.
Bo following up on a big tag from Hang Zai with a 4x standing M249 spray, landing enough tags to take down a third member of Alter Ego now, as well as Petrichor Road, as you say, enter themselves into the equation. Hooli is down and out for Team Magic. And the zone has shifted again back up towards the northwest, centering more so around the Hall of Fame, around Heaven, those wide open fields. So Team Magic's going to fall back, get to some vehicles. They've got a bit of movement to have to make to get into the zone, but it's getting all the more tempting for any of these teams who like to play that aggressive style, who like to commit breaches onto compounds. They're still going to be eyeing up DNF's position and thinking, if there's any chance, any sign of weakness, any knock they concede, it might just be go time.
Well, good news. GDS, GamDaSal, got the revive onto the one member. Blew himself out. That would be right.
Why is there even a gas station around here? I'm so confused.
So they're in place, but Team Flash, though, they just came in with a team wipe, and now, if they're crashing onto GamDaSal, they have one member who has not much of a loot. But it is JDS, J-Chan, who actually shoots towards Team Flash. I reckon you don't really want to get the attention upon your end, especially right after the revive, but I guess rules don't apply to them when you're playing a hit here. GDS now has to get into vehicle to cross into the circle. I don't think they're going to get that luxury, though, as Team Flash will keep them at bay. They do have a small compound to play around with, so that should keep some of these enemies, these peeking enemies, at bay.
Based on quick and probably inaccurate math, GDS from this point onwards gonna need the win and 13 more kills to overtake T1. Right on the respawn. I mean, typically we would say, oh no, he's only got a UMP. It's not ideal, but I mean, SMGs have been so impactful that maybe that's not too much of a disadvantage at all. Plus the fact he had a Panzerfaust in the back pocket, so that if there was anyone lurking in these dips, he could just instantly delete one or two of them. But it does mean that his position is not going to be very useful in terms of late game or long range engagements. But having that Panzerfaust there, he can just be purely committed to defensive duties. If anyone tries to breach into their bowls, if the zone shifts over to the west, which it doesn't, oh my. Well, this zone is horrendous. 4 a.m. Stealing away that position from 17 earlier on. Dead center of the zone. Everything around them is fields. Even Heaven has been shifted away from. So DNF need to get down. Everyone else going to be scrapping for the tiniest little ridges, and there's not a whole lot of them either.
GDS gave me a little bit of hope earlier on. I saw them driving as 3. I thought they were going to pull in the drive-bys that worked so well for them with that 23-point game itself. Unfortunately, doesn't get the chance, but maybe now with the new circle they will. Meanwhile, Baegopa going up against Team Magic, who's already did some guerrilla warfare against one team earlier on. Knocked them out of the lobby itself, NanMou. It was, I believe. And now, Bo goes in from the top side, spots one, proning. Will delete him and send him off into the lobby before he could send those recon apart. But right now, again, it feels like Team Magic just miraculously coming on top of these engagements. A team down at the bottom only got 22 points so far, looking to do absolute work in this lobby. 5 kills has been picked up. Hang Zai, now getting tagged from the far side. I believe that's a third party now coming in.
Heck yeah, it is. That MG3 going kind of wild for Park Pro. He's got the EMT gear as well, so he's really set up for a one-man army. He's just going to grab as many meds as he can. can use those things pretty quickly with the EMT gear. No teammates left around to survive, to be able to grab the revive onto, though. And he's going to make his way over, maybe look to find a vehicle, get out of here if he gets the chance to, but there is still enemies lurking nearby. GDS, oh, they're scrapping. And they're down to one player standing. It looks like they tried to go flying forwards.
Oh no.
Put that Panzerfaust to some use. It looks like they forced Team Flash back out from this position. Needs to hop in the vehicle and continue making a move, though. Find a place, but I don't think they're getting their 12 more kills from here.
Nah, no way.
And EOS has gone out of the equation as well. It might just be over. It looks like it is. Unless DN Freecs can kill everyone in the lobby. I don't know. It's maybe. Probably not, though.
It's set up for them, but right now T5 might just keep them back for the time being. But look at that. They need to scale so high up. About 20-something-ish points. Maybe 30 to be comfortable. To try and get under number one spot. I don't think that's
so
even an
DNF can still win if they win the game and kill literally everyone. Every single player who's still alive needs to die to DNF and they can win the tournament. And there we go. Oh, there's one. Okay, Binek has now been killed by somebody else. So that means at best it's pretty much a tie. Well, it's been a fun ride. T1 deserved champions, I think it's fair to say. And yeah, they really were one of the first teams to properly adapt to this style of play. Just full send, MP5s, drive by, no holding back, full send aggression. Caught a lot of teams off guard in the earlier phases, and they really capitalized on that. So well done to them. But it's been a really solid run for GDS, Eagle Owls as well. Some of those other teams that are not the first ones that immediately spring to mind when you think of like top competing Korean teams. Those would be the likes of DNF, T1, Baegopa. So at least being able to compete against those kind of teams. Impressive stuff. But we've still got a game to finish off, so let's see who's going to get the chicken dinner for Game 18 here of the finals. Anyone's Legend backfilling onto some space with some high ground to work with. Destroy over the top, finds one. Himas can't land the sprays. It's a double knock. Xiaofeng takes down Haisaki as well. Destroy, last bullet in the gun. Sits him down, but he ain't getting those revives.
Destroy, absolutely destroying team right there, keeping them from, well, pretty much overpowering the entire teammates. But they are now down to a couple of numbers here. Meanwhile, it is this team, T5, who's now trying to compete against this compound, against another numbered member. It's 17 Gaming on the inside, who's only got one left standing. And surely, with the Panzerfaust in hand, it's going to be an easy deed to be done. XYZD going in explicit here with that explosion. It simply nails the coffin.
He's checking over the top of the smoke just to see if he could find an angle. Did spot him out and almost took himself down. Ranger X still getting chunked out by the blue owners. How are they respawning people right now? How's this going to work? Baegopa, I mean, he could land on the roof, maybe? I guess. It's not even in the zone. He's going to try and sneak his way in. Find a weapon, possibly?
Sneak?
I don't know what the point is of them bringing them back into play. Flucky spotted it as well, so they even know that there's players here. But they are going to drop down onto the inside, maybe try and find a weapon. Maybe the guy that Flucky just kaboomed with the Panzerfaust.
It's not very sneaky, that one. It came in with a huge banner floating amidst the air in slow motion too. And well, in XYZD fashion, he's got another Panzerfaust in play here. Should they look to keep them? Oh, but he falls out. I heard a C4 being primed earlier on. Not too sure if it was ever deployed itself.
No,
but
I think that might have been the jammer pack beeping to say that it's running out of juice and you're going to be perishing soon. PO, how's that grenade not getting damage done? Surely this one.
More? Yeah.
There we go. All right, that'll do.
So that concludes it. Again, can he go for the pickup though? I don't know. That member is, I think, is bled out already. Yeah, just Flucky alone. With T5 on his back. BGP.
Okay, well there's the last
member.
one. There he is. Okay. Well, I mean, if he stays up here a little bit longer, he could easily get 1 placement point. It could happen. As Petrichor Road seeming like they've had enough of being alive and they're just going to hopefully not drive into their own grenade, but they're going to just smash straight into a bit of a defensive hole. The BRDM. Obviously, they've got a BRDM. That's going to make it a bit difficult. 1 more nade, maybe, to try and flush him out. Oh, he's off.
How do you even play against this towards the late game when you've expunged all your utilities and Panzerfaustus? Oh, there we go. Just have to wait for him to go out and do the first blood damage, right? And he's just gonna hop back right in like a turtle. Somehow it's working out for him. Ah, there we go. A second one at that. The dance of death with the BRDM. I don't even know how to play that without utilities.
And they even had grenades. They just can't throw them. As soon as they pull the pin, he's just gonna hop out and do that to you anyway. Oh, it sucks. Well, Flucky is looking quite doomed as he's cycled his way behind a tree. 4 AM, who took this position away earlier on from 17 Gaming, will make it into the top 4. Akan does not make it though. Flucky spotted him out. Claims the free kill point for himself. That's 7 in the game now for T5, just before he goes down for 8 kills. Once again for 4 AM, but it's their first time into the top 4 with this amount of kills. Their aggression paid off. They got themselves the position. And DN Freecs in with a chance of winning this game, but it won't be enough. They might be able to sneak up into a top 2 spot. Possible. Or maybe not even. I don't know. I'm done doing maths. 4 Angry Men probably going to win this game, but there's still a chance that this BRDM could cause big problem for many teams.
Luckily, he's just a one guy, so I guess they're going to ignore him and him, them. It's a mutual gentleman's agreement, I think. But it is 4 AM,
only
though.
One guy before as well, when he was just bodying people out of BRDMs.
That's true. That's a different sort of phenom, you know? That's Petrichor Road. Meanwhile, though, 4 Angry Men, I guess the secret to their playstyle is to be center circle, because this time it worked out for them real well. And I could tell they're itching to try and go in with the aggro, because that's just the people they are. They're angry men. So they don't look to sit around and do nothing and idle by and wait for the zone. It seems like they've got trigger finger all happy and itchy to be pulled on towards the side of DNF. And DNF still 5 kills already though, so that's pretty decent. If they would have finished with another 5, that would put them at 81, so not so much. But they can get more here. Surely they'll have to eliminate each other, and that's going to be kill points onto the way of the potential chicken as well.
4 AM are actual maniacs. They're climbing onto the roof so they can get angles. All right, these guys don't have a care in the world. That's wild. Well, Singam over there did have his BRDM exploded. That's now in a pile of rubble a little bit further ahead. It might have just rolled into the zone, and he does have 7 smokes, so he could maybe get over towards it to use it for cover. And then if he's able to do that, he has 7 frag grenades as well. So if he can somehow get into range of at least one of these teams, he could do a lot of chip damage, maybe even decide a winner of this game if he can land a knock or 2. But getting into range to use them is going to be difficult, as both of these teams are just staring him down. Even with 4 AM getting up on the roof looking for angles over to DNF, it's all eyes focused on Singam. Because once he's dealt with, it's a straight 4 versus 3, and 4 AM have the numbers advantage. And DNF not too interested in giving up any potential advantage to their rivals.
Well, yeah, it's a stalemate for the time being. 82 does have the BRDM to come in much later, actually, if he wants to. He can rotate into center circle quite safely, unless there was a Panzerfaust that wasn't shown or displayed much earlier on. So he can play towards the late game. I think for him, that's the gameplay, right? Get them to address each other and then come in, maybe even roll over a couple of members and perch out somewhere to go in with this spray to clean up some more kill points before he goes out. Yeah.
Just waiting for anyone to make a move. It's probably going to be the zone that forces it. Phase 8 is probably not going to be the one that does enough to force it. DN Freecs have to shuffle forward a little bit. It might be enough to put them in dangerous terrain. 4am still get to hold on to their corner of their building for now. They can move forward. There's a little ridge just on the outside. Singam's going to have to make a move. Put those smokes to use. Longs is step down. One little tag. Something.
This is probably the most passive of playstyle coming out from 4 Angry Men. They've never sat down this long and do nothing, just waiting for the
They
circle.
really
itself.
haven't. But they've got no one to third party right now. Like they're one of the only parties left.
Oh, there
they
we go.
can't sneak up while other people are fighting. But DL is gonna get up close. Okay, let's get this party started.
Immediately, like
Baits
ants,
out multiple grenades from 4am onto the vehicle.
like ants to sugar. They just cannot resist immediately. Tries to go for it, but Gumin gets one member. It's a NanMou. Now deploying all the defensive smokes. Have to go in with the pickup just to be able to stand toe to toe, and this could probably be good time for the likes of Plus 82 to maybe make the rotation in with that big hunky truck of a vehicle. But Long's pressed on forward. He's got Shen as well to come in with the support should it be required, but Longs gets taken out by Dale's nades, dealing that damage from the far side here. Oh, now not looking well too healthy here. DN Freecs seems to come on top of this one more positively. Already knocked 2 members down. Just needs to clean up the rest here. Meanwhile, Plus 82 just idling by on the outside of the circle. Maybe only now starts to make the movement in.
That's some crazy work from DL.
Oh, there we go.
Hopping into the vehicle, getting in the smoke so he can use the camera to look around for information. One final knock will be traded because Gumin goes a little over aggressive, seeing that the solo has been cleaned up on the far side of the zone. They do still have blue zone grenades, and the blue zone, the real one, is starting to creep forwards,
They've picked up.
shoving 4 angry men into a really tight corner, but they've still got a couple bits of utility. The Molotov isn't going to quite spread far enough onto DL, so Salute with the crossfire might just get them down.
They got a pick up onto Shen, so thankfully. But Axelu falling pretty low as well. Have to try and heal himself back up. They still have 2 with that 3rd pickup earlier on. But now, a NanMou, they have not finished the job just yet. If they could also go in with the pickup here, that could be 3 members to try and push on forward against this split 1-1 positioning of DN Freecs. They can overpower the 1 member. And right now, they have to take this as phases. Phase 1, take over DL, and then you reset for the next. Oh, but right now, again, XX gets knocked down. Maybe even a confirmed kill this time around because he's quite exposed in the open. He could be trying to bait them out here, but the shotgun is there to try and stop any sort of advancement. 4am did not expect that one, and now dancing behind this buggy itself. Surely they will have to bow out to the victors here. DNF at the point where they needed it most. The final game, they came in clutch.
Bab Sang Head, man, what a baller. Just rocking up in the UAZ, getting up close to the 4-man 4am, baiting out all of their grenades onto his vehicle. He brought 5 grenades of his own to find those opening picks, and that little one tap with the sword off at the end just to secure it with the covering fire from Salute. DNF will pick up our final victory, but it was not enough. They were the one team coming into today that was in a good position to outrank T1, but they simply could not get it over the line as T1 are crowned champions of Masters 4 in Asia.
Who could ever deny them, right? 4 chicken dinners, an average of 7 kills at every game, even though they're like the 6th or 5th team to go out. They were always putting scores across the board. They're always ensuring that as a minimum. And I guess this team, really, if anyone's going to be awarded for consistency, it's going to be them.
Yeah, I mean, that was really what it was. It was the likes of them going up basically head-to-head with FW on day 1, Groups A versus Group B. They were the only 2 teams that were really putting consistent games on the board. DNF somewhat as well. They were a little bit behind those other 2 teams by the end of day number 1, but then day 2 rolls around. FW falls off a little bit, but T1 just foot on the pedal, acceleration, full speed ahead, MP5 in hand, swinging around and just headshotting everyone in sight. and just really being the first team to properly commit to what ends up being the kind of meta that all of the teams end up using in the very end. It's close range fights. It's difficult to track people with weapons in this game, so just make it a little bit easier on yourself. MP5s, hip firing, close range fights, panzers, all of that beautiful stuff that we get to see all throughout this tournament, and BRDM is having a big impact all throughout as well. But all said and done, all of the different strategies and approaches to the game, T1s shows up the best.
Yeah, I guess super versatile of a team as well, right? We've seen display of a wide knowledge of the game. They played 3 games yesterday at a more aggressive front, 3 more passive, and they did exceptionally well on both. Again, 7 averages and kills for the first 3 games. They get a little bit lesser of a kill points, but they did get the chicken dinner. So in the end of the day, in the overall, they're going to win the champion prize pool. They're going to win the chicken dinner prize pool. They're going to win the daily prize pool, in which they got both days back to back. Potentially even the MVP title. They're taking it and running away with it. A rich and happy man.
Yeah, and you would hope, beyond all hope, that is enough for them to get that invitation spot into the Players Masters Asia 5 LAN event on their home turf of Seoul, Korea, in the mid to late stages of December, shortly after PGC as well. So there's a whole lot more competing that these guys are going to have to do throughout the year. So being crowned champions, coming up against some really tough opposition, teams like global partner teams, players that have even PGC championship titles to their name in the past. Yeah, you've got to really come out and perform to the best of your ability, come up with unorthodox strategies maybe, as TPP, very different style of play to FPP, and they were the team that really just brought the adaptations, especially with the updates to the game itself, because I mean these guys have been playing TPP pretty much the whole year as this Players Tour format has come to fruition, but the game is getting updated. That affects both FPP and TPP, so applying those changes, making changes to the way that you approach the game in both FPP and TPP is really difficult, and a lot of credit to T1 and their supporting staff as well. Sonic, previous PGC championship winning coach as well on that squad, for getting these guys to just try something a little bit different. Just be brave enough to go out there and be the team that does the unorthodox strategy, and they benefit from it so much.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations once again to T1, all the blessings upon them, but also the curse and the burden of having to uphold as the team hailing from the motherland and a home host for the next Player Masters Asia itself. So it's a larger prize pool, more home ground audience. You could say they will get the buff itself, but it is going to be up against bigger competitors, much like BB Team.
Yeah, I don't know exactly if BB Team will be competing, but the global partners, that's for sure. 10 of them from all around the world. That's going to include teams like Twisted Minds, Batulins. What an iconic team that is, and they're going to be facing off against them, probably at PGC as well, for any of the teams from this tournament that have the ability to qualify to PGC throughout the PWS and the year as a whole. It's going to be such an exhausting month for so many teams to have to go out there, compete against the best teams in the world. Some of them might get eliminated early on. Some of them might make it to the finals and have all 3 weeks of games. And then you've got to go to Korea and do it all again just 1 week later. And it's just going to be so tough mentally and physically as well. But we've seen some crazy stuff so far from all of these teams. DL with a big play to secure DNF their win at the final match of Players Masters Asia 4. I saw it creep them up in the standings. I think it was to 83 points, which, if I'm not mistaken, is tied on points with FW Esports. The tiebreaker being who has the more placement points throughout the course of the tournament. Whether that's FW or DNF, I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait for the leaderboards to know for certain. But the one thing that we do know is they did not do enough to overtake T1. Even with the 14 points that they picked up here, they would have needed more than that. Even GamDaSal would have needed more points than that to overtake T1 coming into this final game. So just a really dominant run from them. and much deserved champions. Commiserations to everyone who's competed today, coming in from a big disadvantage in points. 43 on the day, GamDaSal 41 on the day, 8 kills for 4 a.m.
4 a.m. just literally just rose up the rank here. Of course, this is just the daily leaderboards itself. We'll have to see where they fare against the total overalls, but GamDaSal,
cool.
Not to take away the spotlight from them, they are the day winner, taking home that $5,000 US. Again, we mentioned they're gonna go home pretty much a rich boy here with this orange in place. So congratulations to them. More looking forward to the total leaderboards, which is the ones on display, and T1 still maintains, but FW Esports held their ground because of a higher placement, I believe.
Yeah, placement points being the decision maker, but 6 of the top 7 teams all being from Korea, and then Team Flash holding it down for APAC alongside you in the top 8, and then a bit of a run of Chinese squads and TDT to round out the top 12 throughout the course of the tournament. But all said and done, T1 confirmed as champions, taking home that 10,000 USD plus the winner daily winner prize on day number 2, plus 4 winner chicken dinners, individual prizes, plus the most kills in the tournament of $5,000. They've been stacking up the numbers all the way throughout, and it's difficult to say that anyone else would have deserved to take this particular prize. MVP of the event, Heather, with his 29 kills, 4,500 damage, and an extra $2,000 for himself.
And I mean, this was the guy we saw yesterday clutching it out, playing the edges, the corner of a house to, I guess, 2 teams that were going at him as a single player itself. So he's definitely pulled some weight and some highlight reels at that. So the prize standings will be as displayed here. T1, it's just foreshadowing the second place itself by multiple multipliers here. 24,000. This is a good format to have because it's really, you really get paid for the efforts you put in. It's equal to that, right? And you're walking away well deserving against the rest here. Unfortunately, it's going to create a gap because of the format at play.
Yeah, definitely a big gap between T1 and everyone else, but it's interesting actually to look at the rest of the standings and say, okay, well, FW held on to second place, but they're the 3rd highest points earners, and then DN Freecs was 3rd place in the leaderboards, but they're only the 4th highest because GamDaSal with the victories and, not crucially, getting the most points today. Really solid performance from them as a slightly more unknown team, but it's T1, the champions of Players Masters for Asia. They're going to be a team to really look out for as the year comes to an end. PGC and Players Masters 5 coming up in November and December. Do not miss out on those. If you get the chance to travel, it's absolutely worth it because you get to see some of the best in the world compete at PUBG. I've been Saga. I've had Keith with me. This has been Players Masters 4, and there's a lot more PUBG coming soon. So stay tuned, stick around, and make sure you come back soon.
Bye-bye.